If the pastor did not show, then we'll have a moment. There he comes.
Thank you. Good morning. Let us pray. Eternal God, creator and ruler of all, graciously regard those who have been set in positions of authority among us, including Kevin, Jeffrey, Mike, Stephen, and Jeff. Guide them by your Spirit that they may be high in purpose, wise in counsel, firm in good resolution, and unwavering in duty, that under them our Pinal County may be governed quietly and peaceably through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call the meeting to order. Okay, first up, we have call to the public. Now, a lot of folks came to talk about item number 3, which is under Supervisor Miller's congressional report, and we do have 2 esteemed senators here. So after that report, there's not a public hearing, there's not an action item, so we really can't just speak after that. But whatever they say we want to discuss, we'll be glad to hear everybody here at the next meeting, as if we may be acting on something then anyway. So, but everybody, like always, is always welcome to speak. So first up, I have...
Mr. Chairman, let me ask one other question on procedurally. I have an agenda item on the consent agenda, AG, that I want pulled. Will anybody be able to speak to that when we get to that? Will you allow an individual to speak on that? Okay.
Because those are action items that we're voting on.
Yeah. So I just wanted clarification.
First up, I have Jack Mattashoni.
Okay, Jack Mattashoni. I'm with Precinct 58 in Apache Junction, D5. Anyway, I'm here to support the paper or the elections process that Sonny Barillo and Wendy is here for, and also anybody else who supports that is going to a hand count versus using machines. And
a little bit of distance between the mic, and we'll hear you back.
Oh, okay. I'll back it up a little bit.
That's perfect right
so
there.
I'm here to support Wendy Rogers and Sonny Barillo's efforts to get us to go to a hand count usage instead of using those machines that we all don't trust. I would trust a hand count maybe, and then maybe running a check with the machines to check for accuracy of our hand count. So that was the main reason. You guys got a long email from me, I'm sure, so I'm not going to go into the long detail of that long email, other than just say that's what I support, and I'm hoping you take a good look at that and make the right decision for our republic. Thank you.
Brenda Gifford.
I want to echo the appeal for a hand count. I think that citizen confidence in the election process has been so deeply eroded over the past number of years that we have to find ways to rebuild that confidence. And whether it is a hybrid system of a hand count and machines, but somehow the focus needs to be on restoring voter confidence. And I would encourage you to keep that foremost in your decision-making process. Thank you.
And everybody try to give a basic address when you're up there. Robin Davis.
My name is Robin Davis. I live in Maricopa, and I'd like to support the hand counting of ballots kind of what Brenda had also said, our confidence in our election system is not at an all-time high, and I think we need to bring that confidence back to Pinal County. I've been a poll observer. I've seen what happens in a precinct. I'm also a precinct committeeman. So I want to say I would support the hand counting of paper ballots at the precinct level, then take those ballots back to the election central and run them through the tabulators for a double check. Thank you.
John Shepherd.
Good morning. John Shepard from Maricopa. I also support the hand count. I think if machines are to come into the picture, I really like the open source requirement in this bill, SCR 1037. I think open source is crucial for transparency and just the peer review process is going to be open to anybody that can peer review the code, and that's going to instill trust. So I strongly support that. Thank you.
Grace Contreras.
My name is Grace. I'm from the city of Maricopa. I will support the hand counting provision, and I will tell you why. The last election, I traveled from Maricopa into Maricopa County to assist my fellow Republicans out there collect affidavits from people who were willing to sign a piece of paper under the threat of perjury that they saw things that were not right. They witnessed things, they were willing to document it. I don't think there's many people that would be willing to sign an affidavit if they were lying about what they saw. I do not want to see another episode such as that again. This is our country. We stand by our constitutional laws, our policies. This does not make any sense. We have to go back to hand counting. Nothing else matters. I mean, we have to do this. We never got rid of the Dominion machines. Am I correct? They're still in play? Yes? Okay, we had a problem with that. We all know it. I don't want to see a repeat of that. I am a citizen of this country. I love it, and I want effective, accurate, strategic, and honest, open elections. Thank you.
Rhonda Matashoni.
Good morning. Rhonda Matashoni, District 58, or Precinct 58, District 5 in Apache Junction. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. Our elections have been less than perfect. Hand counting is an essential. And then using the machines to counter, I think, is our best bet. Thank you.
Nola Perkins.
Anything I can say at this time will be superfluous because the people have spoken well, and I just want to say that I am in support of the hand count and maybe the hybrid system that we'll have to have with the machines. But I live in Apache Junction. I am a precinct captain, and I would love to count the ballots in my precinct. Thank you.
Vicki McLaughlin.
Good morning, and thank you to our Pinal Board of Supervisors for presenting us this opportunity to speak on it and for bringing Wendy Rogers in. I would like to thank Wendy for all of the work she does on our election integrity for the state of Arizona. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate you bringing her to us. I believe also we need to hand count. I think we can get people to hand count. I've seen and heard mention of how much it would cost us. I'll bet if we ask right here who'd hand count ballots after the election, you'd find you'd have people to hand count. And we wouldn't have to pay them anything. And also, I think every machine can be hacked. I think we've proven that over and over and over. How many of us have had credit card fraud? How many of us have had our own computers? And they're not even important. So election machines being hacked, I mean, why not? So thank you again for opening this session and allowing us to let you know how we feel. Vicki McLaughlin, I'm the District 5 Chairman, Apache Junction.
Gail Peters.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, fellow supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just am not going to be very popular with this group because I am not convinced that a hand count is going to resolve our problems. In fact, I think it could exacerbate them, and that gives me great concern. When I read what Senator Borelli has proposed, it looks like an effort to prevent machine fraud, and I think that's where our efforts should be directed. Before we go to anything as a massive change as hand counting, I cannot imagine the number of hours. I mean, I worked as a precinct supervisor at the last election, and we worked from 5 o'clock in the morning till 8, 9 o'clock at night. How much longer is that going to go on then? How long are people expected to be able to count accurately, carefully? How would all this be accomplished? Whatever we do, we have to be sure that we're not making greater problems for ourselves and make it unmanageable. I appreciate all that Dana Lewis has done to make our elections more secure. I'm sure you're aware of what she's done with the ballot boxes and all the other things that doubles the redundancy that she's built into it to make sure that there is no error. I'm sure she's going to continue this in her new position, and I respect her tremendously. I would like Pinal County to return to the place where we were looked at all other 14 counties as being a leader in this area. I just don't think that's hand counting. If it is, it has to be thoroughly studied to make sure that there aren't going to be any problems with it. I'm tired of being compared to France because France has been having problems too. So let's not look at that as the cure-all. That's my opinion, and I guess I'm a minority here, but I'd like to thank you for allowing me to express them. My name is Gail Peters. I live in Pinal County and Santan Valley. Thank you.
Rob Huddleston.
Rob Huddleston, Pinal County, and I'd just like to say, along with, kind of in response to that, as a matter of fact, I think there's plenty of people in here that would work hours on end to remain free and to make sure that our elections were real. We say as politicians, we the people, but we the people want to make sure that we actually have a vote that counts. And it's been a long time, and it gets pushed off. It would go a long way for politicians to look at us and say, we'll do whatever it takes to ensure that we have trustworthy elections and that you, the people, have every bit of confidence in the integrity of this election, because we really are concerned about your concerns. So I think you could ask, like we've already mentioned, plenty of people in here that would put in a lot of time for free. The cost is not the issue. The time is not the issue. For us, it's a matter of principle and freedom. Thank you.
Okay. When Jeff McClure was chairman, he used to gavel people for clapping, so please don't make me do that. Okay. Belinda Rodriguez.
Chairman, I'm Belinda Rodriguez, and I'm the chair for PCRC. I live in Gold Canyon. So thank you, Chairman Surdy and Board of Supervisors, for allowing us to speak on this issue. As you've heard from those PCs that have already spoken, the majority are wanting a hand count, but I think you're also hearing that they want a system that will allow us to do a double check. Hand count as well as running them through the tabulating machine. If you go to a bank, take your money in, the teller counts it, turns right around, and she runs it through that money counter. It's the same concept. You would have a check and balance with that. I know issues of cost, manpower, confidentiality, chance for hacking, human error in the hand count. If you have an issue with any of those, I think having both of those systems in place would be something that would raise the level of confidence for your voters and your constituents in this issue. I did a quick little number count here. We had 287,000 roughly registered voters. If 50% of those turned out, we'd have 143,800. If we have 100 precincts, and I'm taking an average here, that means that's 1,439 voters per precinct, okay? According to the hand count exercise that was done in the elections office back in June, it took them 80 minutes to count a batch of 25 ballots. Those were 2-page ballots. Coming out to 3.2 minutes per ballot, let's give it 5, okay? That's 1,439 ballots times 5 minutes per ballot. That's 7,195 minutes. Divide that by 60 minutes in an hour, you're looking at 119, 120 hours to count 1,500 ballots per precinct. Based on a 10-hour day, 12 days. Based on a 12-hour day, 10 days. Based on a 24-hour shift, 5 days. I think we can provide you the volunteers to do that, to make sure that continue to have our freedom. As I don't know if there's hacking, if there's fraud, whatever. This would give our voters the reassurance that we have done everything that we could to make sure that our elections were safe and had integrity. Thank you.
Call to the public still open. Would anybody like to speak about anything regarding county business?
I'm Noel Reck from Casa Grande, Democrat PC from District 55. Today we're going to get another dose of the 2020 stolen election conspiracy theory, as usual masquerading as concern over election integrity. As non-binding Senate Resolution 1037 and its supposed rationale are presented, it's vitally important to consider two things: feasibility and credibility. Taking away the inane conspiratorial arguments behind this resolution, the bottom line is a hand count just isn't viable. That has been put forth here repeatedly. It's costly, inefficient, prone to human error, and time-consuming. Today's Arizona Republic article details that Mojave County got it right. It's unfeasible. As for the machines, as in anything, improvement is always welcome. After all the furor over mistakes in recent elections here in Pinal County, I trust the county will take care of the problems without having to resort to knee-jerk, extremist, non-binding resolutions. The references made in the resolution to the Constitution are faulty. States do have the power to regulate the election process, but Congress can alter those regulations and make its own. The states do have the responsibility to appoint the Electoral College electors, but those electors must have the requisite qualifications, unlike the fake slate of electors assembled by election deniers here in Arizona and supported by the speakers today. The presence of signatures from Jake Hoffman and Anthony Kern makes this even more repulsive. Then there's the question of credibility. Despite the cultish ongoing obsession with drag shows, CRT, library books, LGBTQ, QAnon, and the My Pillow guy, they did find time to craft legislation on those topics, as well as several bills regarding the election process, which can straightforwardly be classified as voter suppression efforts. They all failed. They knew these bills would never get past Governor Hobbs, yet they went forward anyway, paving the way to over 140 vetoes in an attempt to put their legislative farce on her shoulders. Knowingly wasting taxpayer time and money with their go-nowhere bills shows no credibility. This resolution will solve none of the issues, creates problems all its own, and if turned into legislation, will surely receive yet another well-earned veto from Governor Hobbs. I find it interesting that this presentation comes the day after Donald Trump's third indictment. I take no joy in seeing Jack Smith detail the accusations against him and his co-conspirators. These are regretful days for our country. I am struck by the similarities between this odious man, his Arizona sycophants, and the lengths they went to keep him in office. With that in mind, I'd like to express my wish list for election integrity, that election-related trials be speedy under the Sixth Amendment. We all know the purpose of the delays. That the cyber ninjas, Karen Fann, Kelly Ward, and the fake slate of electors be held accountable. I applaud AG Mays investigating all that. Brnovich refused, trying to gain the endorsement of Donald Trump and the support of Trump's base, neither of which came his way. He was extreme, but not extreme enough. Feasibility and credibility. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Shelley Kenyon from Apache Junction, Precinct 58, and I support Han County, and I would volunteer my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Cindy Compton, Casa Grande. Having paper ballots hand counted is not a revolutionary idea. It's been done in our country for over 200 years. And I think hand counts, the claims that they're inaccurate and expensive, I think those are bogus. I think we have not lost our ability to hand count ballots in the last 20 years. I think that's still possible. And as for the expense, we need to know how much the machines cost, how much the vendors are charged, how much the machines cost, the contracts, and all the time and effort that goes into making the machines work. It's been proven that there are backdoors on the machines that they can be accessed remotely. There are currently over 24 nations using hand count elections. They include Australia, Canada, France, Germany, and Japan. In 2021, Germany had 61 million registered voters and a turnout of 46 million voters. The votes were cast in precincts. They looked at the voter rolls. They had proof of registration, and they were counted in the precinct. And the results were posted the next morning. Casa Grande has 187 voters. We had 145 cast in the last election. I believe we could have those results by the next day, and then the auditing period after that. I thank you, gentlemen, and I thank our founding fathers for our right, for our First Amendment right to have free speech. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Shirley Carter. I am a precinct committeeman and a statesman, and I live outside of Eloy. I support the hand counting for our ballots at the precinct level. If we have, as Belinda has expressed, roughly 1,438 ballots per precinct, roughly, if you have multiple teams per precinct, one team would count one ballot item. All the rest of the ballot items would be covered up. They wouldn't be distracted by those. And I do believe that the team can count 1,438 ballots in a 24-hour period. Even if they took 1 minute to count one ballot, that's less than 24 hours to count all the ballots, and you would have a result. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else?
My name is John Orton, Precinct 11, PC. I would also like to express the only thing that matters here is the Arizona Constitution. And clearly, it's by the people. And it doesn't include tabulation machines. So we all know that you want to follow the Arizona Constitution. There is nothing in there about tabulation machines. It's election of the people, by the people. It doesn't mention machines at all. The other thing I'd like to request is that you all know that I've been adamant about our cameras, that they meet FBI standards. I like what is being done in the recorder's office, but I would request that we have a third-party independent security company check out our cameras so we all know that they are up to standards. The other thing is that, and I've also mentioned this at the BOS meeting, that we put those online just like we have the tabulation room online. There's no reason why people should have to drive to Santan to the sheriff's office there in order to view. Why can't they just sit in their home and watch the drop boxes? I mean, that obviously you have the bandwidth, you're sending all that stuff to the sheriff's office, just put it online. It'd give everybody a lot more secure feeling. Thank you.
Anyone else? Looks like one more.
Mr. Chairman, Roberto Ravelis from Gold Canyon. Sadly, today's meeting is being exploited by extremist supporters of this now thrice indicted Donald Trump. Agenda 3 represents another big lie attempt at undermining confidence in Arizona's elections. In no instance has evidence been accepted in Arizona courts that our 2020 election was fraudulently affected by election equipment, as implied by Agenda 3. However, what's obvious to all but the most rabid MAGA Republicans is that Arizona's Republican Party attempted to steal our presidential election by sending Congress 2 fraudulent slates of electoral college voters. Despite her party's fake presidential electors, our district state senator, Wendy Rogers, chair of the Elections Committee, has today shamelessly declared 2024 is almost here, and the most important issue is election integrity, unquote. What galling statement. Yes, Senator Rogers, again in her own words, quote, election fraud is the _1 issue of our time in our country, unquote. What she fails to admit is that the election fraud being perpetrated is that being perpetrated by the Republican Party. Every Arizona court has rejected the Republican allegations of fraud in the 2020 election that was won by Arizona Democratic candidates for president, U.S. Senate, governor, attorney general, and secretary of state. As one of her constituents, I resent her litany of extremism, her baseless attacks on her 2020 election results, her abhorrent calls for violence against political adversaries, her cynical attempts, yes, at creating barriers to participation by all voters, and her party's acceptance of the January 5 violent insurrection against our Constitution's transfer of presidential authority. Truthful and moral Republicans can and should stop enabling efforts of undermining our nation's governing institutions. I urge and applaud the chairman for these enlightening presentations, and I urge you to next invite the former Speaker of the House, Rusty Bowers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Last call. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Pam Burks, Gold Canyon Republican Chairman. I just have a comment. It seems that we all should want our elections to be unchallenged in every way possible. In my other life, when I worked for a court, I was a deputy court administrator. We were told even an illusion of impropriety, you would lose your job. There is more than illusions here in our election system. And if we don't want to pretend, if we want to pretend they don't exist, that's fine. But let's make sure everyone has nothing to be concerned about, no more illusions of impropriety. Thank you.
I think that's everybody, right? Okay, thanks. So we're going to close public, call to the public. And remember, item number 4 is going to be Dana Lewis, the recorder, giving us some election updates as well. So item number 3, this was actually under Supervisor Miller's, legislative update. So I'll let you introduce.
Chairman.
Yes.
Item number 2.
You skipped
Number
over
2.
2, which is...
Oh, yeah, number 2. Okay. Everybody's here for 3. So item number 2, presentation discussion of Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. Roxanne Lindsley and Karen Shanafelt. And there was an accompanying slideshow video, but it was pretty boring, so we're not going to watch it.
I don't want to have to tell our communications department that.
Anybody can seek that out, though, right? You'll
Yes,
provide
it
a
is.
link, yes.
Yes.
And Chairman, also, before Roxanne gets started, that actual video is attached to the actual agenda item as well for anyone
Okay.
that would like to watch
All right,
it.
thank you.
If you have suggestions on how to make it more exciting, please. I'll share with our communications department. Good morning, Chairman Sturdy and members of the Pinal County Board of Supervisors. I'm Roxanne Lindsley with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. Thank you for letting us come and present about what we are doing about PFAS, which is polyfluoral alkaline substances, and the testing that we're doing around the state. That's up on the screen is a handout that is also part of the agenda. And thank you for watching the boring video ahead of time. I have with me Karen Shanafelt. She is the Drinking Water Unit Manager, and she is the subject matter expert to answer your questions either about the video or the handout about the results we have for Pinal County.
Good morning, Chairman Sturdy, board members, Senator Borelli, Senator Rogers. My name is Karen Shanafelt. I am a unit manager at the Department of Environmental Quality. We want to bring to your attention that we have proactively been sampling drinking water systems throughout the state and also in Pinal County. EPA will be regulating PFAS compounds in the next year or so, and we are proactively sampling systems to get a handle on how many drinking water systems may eventually need treatment. We do have some statistics up on the screen there. Based on the sampling that's occurred to date, there are 3 systems that we anticipate in Pinal County needing treatment for PFAS compounds. The video did identify some of the health concerns with PFAS compounds. If you have any additional questions or would like to have an understanding of what systems have had these detections, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I have one. We're all talking about municipal water, water from the tap. Even though tap water is rated okay to drink, I know very few people that actually draw water from a tap and drink it. What about all the bottled water? And you hear that, like, if you leave the bottle of water out in the sun, that it infuses plastic into the water and will do bad things. Does anybody monitor that?
The FDA does monitor bottled water. They also do not currently have regulations in regards to PFAS in bottled water, so we don't have any strong data to support the fact that bottled water is also absent of PFAS. So that is hopefully also forthcoming, but as of yet, there is no guarantee that PFAS is not also in bottled water. Bottled water comes from ultimately a municipality that is ultra treating the water as well.
Yeah, I was in the food delivery business at one time, and a lot of them just put a filter and they draw tap water and then they bottle it. So
Correct.
You're not getting a special water from a spring high in the mountains usually. So.
Correct.
Anyone else?
So quick question. Oh, Miller, you're up.
You're up.
Oh, thank you. So for that, in treatment, what would be the necessary, so your home has filters on it. Does that take the PFAS out, like in the refrigerator? What filters would be necessary in our treatment facilities?
So there are 3 recognized treatment technologies that can treat for PFAS, but PFAS are thousands of different chemicals, so it really depends on specifically which PFAS compounds you have, but there is reverse osmosis, there is ion exchange, and then there's granular activated carbon. So for homeowners that have a small point of use treatment device, perhaps underneath their kitchen sink, there are units that have 2 or more of those treatment technologies. So if you have a carbon filter or a reverse osmosis filter, it will likely filter out the PFAS compounds.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember this was first brought to my attention about 5 or 6 years ago. It kind of finally hit the radar screen, and everybody was very concerned. I'm actually pretty pleased that it's not as prevalent in our systems as I thought it might be, because it's and it's very difficult to identify the source of it, because it's in Teflon. You have nonstick pans. It's used to build those or make those types of products. So it is out there and has not been regulated for very long. So I'm sure we're still in a learning curve as to exactly how we're going to process this product. So, but anyway, I'm pleasantly surprised that it's not as bad as I thought it might be when I saw this. So doesn't mean that we need to stop, but thank you for this information.
Absolutely. Any further questions?
I think just more of a statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see Santan Valley's not on this list for darn sure. Over the years, we've had our problems. And so I'll tell you, I appreciate ADEQ and the efforts and things that you guys have done. You've really helped us. And I'm with Supervisor Miller in regards to, I'm looking at, I thought there would probably be a lot more problems than what we're seeing here, but thank you.
You're welcome. And, I just want to reiterate the fact that we're trying to proactively get ahead of regulations, is that when federal funds are available for this type of treatment, we want to be on the forefront. We want to know the systems that need the assistance, small and disadvantaged communities especially, and making sure that they get healthy drinking water.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
No
So
further
the chairman
questions?
doesn't
Thank
think
you.
this is very important. As riveting information today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on to item number 3. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like was said earlier, I didn't really have anything to report, although the state has sine die, is what I had heard yesterday. So I guess I really did have something to report, but there was some type of compromise, resolution, or whatever came up with the Maricopa tax and the highway tax. So I think everybody's happy and gone back. So, but Senator Rogers had reached out to me about doing a presentation. I do try to offer our venue for information to anybody, any side, any topic, pretty much, when I can. I work with the chairman to do that. So with no further ado, I'll just ask, you want Sonny to come up, and Sonny as well, Sonny Borelli, the senator, please come forth and do your presentation. And
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Supervisor Miller, for having us. There's a lot to unpack here from some of the opposition that spoke earlier, but let's just cut right to the chase. This is not about Trump or Biden. It's not about Lake or Hobbs. This is about national security. 46 years ago, July 77, I took an oath. That oath has not expired. I spent 22 years in the Marine Corps. I still take that oath very seriously. And when it comes to national security issues, we have to put partisanship aside. So let's just go back down to the meat and potatoes of this. In 2017, the Department of Homeland Security has designated electronic voting systems voting systems are part of national security. The Senate concurrent resolution that you all sent, and I hope that you all read it and had enough time to digest it, specifies documented incidences of vulnerabilities to our election systems. They are undisputed. As a matter of fact, I even have a report that actually backs that up from the Elections Assistance Commission and CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. They have verified in just one county in Tennessee a erroneous code that was found on the ES&S system and a Dominion system. Now, the manufacturer says, we don't know how it got there, but we fixed it. Well, there comes to the crutch of the problem. Trust but verify. How do you verify that the black box does not have any erroneous code? Because what it is a black box. The only way you can find out if there's erroneous code that does something nefarious, whether it was by the manufacturer or somebody did it from hacking or pre-programmed or however manipulation. Because once a ballot goes in, you don't really know if the machine actually read it correctly and is actually documenting the right data. The only way to find that out is to have the source codes. Now, our Secretary of State sits on the source codes. When we did the audit, the Senate audit, we asked the Secretary of State's office for those source codes. She refused to give it to us. So we actually subpoenaed Dominion. They refused to give it to us. That's the problem. When you do not have an open source to be able to get source codes to verify that any computer can be manipulated and it is vulnerable. There are detractors said, oh, but our systems are air-gapped. Is your phone air-gapped? Because right now you can get on the internet. So that's another myth that they keep throwing out there. Our detractors like to throw everything out but the kitchen sink, and hopefully something sticks. As a matter of fact, before the 2020 election, Clinton Curtis testified in front of the U.S. Senate, the Democrat-controlled U.S. Senate, one of the committees about election interference and cybersecurity. And at the time, Senator Harris said, this is a no-brainer. We need to go back to hand-count paper ballots because they literally hacked into a system within 15 minutes in front of my staff. She tweeted it out. This is a no-brainer. We need to go back to hand-count paper ballots. But, this is, like I said, this is all prior to 2020. Alex Halderman, a professor from University of Michigan, did a study that was commissioned by the Democrats to do a study about the vulnerabilities of electronic voting systems. He identified 16 states that were vulnerable. Arizona was named in that. The report was under seal by a federal judge in Georgia. Not just recently, a federal judge finally released that so we actually was able to get a public copy of it. And it highlights. You can see how thick this thing. I can leave it for you if you want, and I can have you another copy. But it specifies all the vulnerabilities of electronic voting systems. Now, to the one point of the one gentleman that said we should fix this legislatively, we attempted to do that. We attempted to do that last legislative session. As a matter of fact, we had a lot of election integrity bills that actually fit right into the Democratic Party platform, but they all got voted against by the Democratic Party. Of course, it didn't go through because we also had one Republican senator that voted no. So the bottom line is last legislative term, we didn't get much done. This year, on the cybersecurity stuff, I ran a bill to actually do exactly what the SCR does for all the elections, cybersecurity being the main point. Governor Hobbs vetoed it. She also vetoed several other pieces of legislation. As a matter of fact, one of them was by Senator Rogers that would have had more cybersecurity on all systems within the state of Arizona, government systems. She vetoed that. However, she did do an executive order to ban TikTok on state equipment. Why? Because the possibility of data being mined mined or corrupted from China. The electronic voting systems that are being used in this state and the entire country have components that are made from China, assembled in Venezuela. The motherboard for Dominion is actually made in China. The SCR and the Senate bill that I ran says we need to have the same cybersecurity standards of that we use for our weapon systems. It's national security. If they find a microchip in an F-35 that's made in one of these countries that are not friendly to us, they down all the aircraft, and they have done so until they can find a replacement. To have the same cybersecurity standards for infrastructure for our electronic voting systems is part of critical infrastructure. And that's what the SCR says is, hey, you want to use the systems, but you should have more cybersecurity standards on this, meaning DoD standards, more oversight. Now it comes back down to, let's go to the oversight. You as elected officials of the board, the legislature delegates the authority to the counties to conduct elections. Overall responsibility still falls onto us to try to fix things that need to be done. But it's your job to actually administer the elections. If you want to make sure that you have proper oversight to verify that the systems that you're paying for with taxpayer dollars is operating properly, the left will come after you like ugly on an ape. Case in point, Cochise County. Cochise County Board of Supervisors wanted to do a hand count post-election to ensure that the ES&S system was working properly and that their hand count was done. And, of course, the Secretary of State's office interfered, tried to intimidate the board, threatened them with lawfare. The Board of Supervisors would not be intimidated and voted to go forward. And then Mark Elias represented a handful of Democrat members, citizens in Cochise County, and a retired organization in Arizona, sued Cochise County to prevent the county from going forth to do that. Now, why would Mark Elias care about little old Cochise County? Because the statute says if the county is going to do a 100% hand count of all their precincts, and they have to do selected races, but if they're going to go through and do that, the Secretary of State shall, and I'm paraphrasing, shall provide the source codes to a special master that shall be appointed by the court, and those results shall be made, those findings should be made public to the court and to the Secretary of State's office. The motive was to stop the source codes from even going to a special master that shall be appointed by the court, to verify that the electronic voting systems are operating properly, that the vote has been cast as the way it should be. They're still in that lawsuit. Of course, Cochise County's won most of that case, and of course it keeps getting appealed. But once again, they challenge your authority through lawfare. Now, they ran the clock out, so that way they had to certify and canvass the election, the last election. But they tied them up in court long enough to run the clock out. It's kind of a moot point. The Attorney General even intervened and sued the county also. And that's even on appeal because Cochise County is not going to settle their lawsuit. Why would you want to settle when you're winning? The bottom line is through lawfare and all kinds of other tricks from the other side that don't want to have transparency in the elections is mind-blowingly appalling. We, as elected leaders, we know this, that the elections don't belong to us. It belongs to the people. And they have a right. They're entitled to it. They're entitled to a free, fair, accurate, legitimate election. People would say, well, it's going to cost extra money. Well, that money's already been paid for, actually. It's been paid for by the blood and treasure of Americans over the last 246 years. We owe it to our future generations to make sure that we get this down and we get it done right. It's pure logistics. A hand count can be done. We can count. You can literally, legitimately tabulate 14 days prior to Election Day. And statistically, 80% of the people vote early. That's one of the luxuries we have here in Arizona that we have not tried to suppress. You can tabulate for 14 days prior to the election, and 80% of the people vote early. And all you got to worry about is Election Day, and then you can beef up staff. But anyway, I'm open for questions.
Senator Rogers going to speak as well, so maybe speak, then we can ask questions of both.
Yes, may I iterate something too? Even in H.R. 1, it was an election bill or legislation that was supposed to come out of the U.S. Congress. Even that said that the components of electronic voting systems need to be made in the United States with secure sources. Didn't pass. Even, matter of fact, even Joe Biden said, remember these 3 words, made in America.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I'm your Senator, Wendy Rogers, from Flagstaff, this district, Legislative District 7, which goes all the way down to Oracle. I think it's interesting and kind of poignant that the 2 senators that you see before you today, both of us served over 20 years each in the military and retired. Excuse me. We've served overseas. We've served in contingency operations because national security is paramount, and the oaths we took were lifetime. So I'm going to read to you a statement that came out in 2020. We must give voters the confidence that their ballot was counted as cast by supporting mandatory, statistically meaningful post-election audits, and full transparency of all election results and data. To ensure every eligible ballot is counted, vote-by-mail voters must be informed of and provided a meaningful opportunity to fix any problem with their ballot. A professional and well-trained election workforce is critical to the administration of elections. We support ongoing federal and state funding for local elections offices. This was page 56 of the 2020 Arizona Democrat Party platform. And every bill we ran this past 6 months was every election integrity bill we ran over this last 6 months was voted no on by every Democrat in the legislature. So when I heard the side opposite just now, wax extensively on why they were against this, I heard words like extremist, conspiracy theorist, fake election, election deniers, cultish, obsession, voter suppression, legislative farce, go nowhere bills, invoking the name of our former president. And by the way, we've been on your agenda since how many weeks now, irrespective of current events. Attempted steal. All of this tells me that everything being argued against this is based on emotion. We are presenting facts. We want to trust, as everybody does, but we want to verify. Trust, but verify. So some supervisors say to me, and you're the third county we've presented to, but Senator Rogers, we're just county supervisors. What can we do? There are only 15 counties in Arizona. Most states have over 100 counties. You are the implementers of the election. You are standing at a pivotal point in history. I do a lot of national interviews, and I get asked, what are the other states doing? And I tell them they need to be doing this too. And so other counties in other states are doing this, going back to a hand count because the machines are vulnerable. Shasta County in California, a number of counties in Georgia, Texas. It's happening. A county by county reclaiming of our elections. And this is where you come in. You have the power. Rural counties especially, this is a unique opportunity to rise up. I represent Pinal County, Coconino County, Navajo County, and Gila County. Senator Borelli represents Mojave and La Paz, all rural counties. And some of you may say, well, but Maricopa County has 65% of the electorate. I understand that. But if you, as a county, do right, if you, as a county, corroborate results with paper, hand-counted ballots at the precinct level, you will be leading. We need you to lead. This is a time of crisis. It is the number one issue in the country because everything has flowed from it. This is why we have a border invasion. This is why we have a diving economy. This is why we have filth in our schools. This is why our children are being subject to trafficking. This is why metropolitan areas especially are in decline. All of this stems from elections. And so you, as county supervisors, are made for a time like this. We can do so much at the state legislature, but you, as the implementers of the elections, must do right. I sent you a video, and for everybody else's edification, this video will be posted in today's agenda. It's from Dr. Doherty of Texas A&M, who presented at our elections committee. And the title is 6 Ways That the Machines Are Fallible. There is no transparency. You put a ballot in, you don't know if it's going to measure the right result coming out. There's no accountability. There is no independent review of these machines that's agreed upon nationally of the source code. They have vulnerable software. Virus definitions aren't being updated. They have vulnerable hardware, made in China motherboards, as Borelli said, USB keyboards, remote access. And even when those hardware parts aren't accessed, they still have those integrated malware features, even when powered off. Think about that. 246 years of precious blood and treasure. And we trust a machine because we're told to. We don't know what we don't know. And that is troubling. And you can do something about that. Even though none of you has a degree, maybe, in computer science, you can do right by leading. And then finally, the sixth point is the aspect of the networks being vulnerable. Wireless modems have been found in these electronic poll books, for example. And the air gap is a myth. We've got one more chance, 2024, to do it right. Why not do it? Will it cost too much? No. Do I not have the manpower? You have the manpower. You can't say you haven't been warned now with the fallibilities of the machines. And once you act, once Pinal County decides to lead, you will be bold. You will be at the forefront. You'll be at the pointiest tip of the sword. And that's why all these precinct committeemen are here today. Because this is where the battle is. This is ground zero. And this is where the county, your county, our county, can make a vital, determinative difference in the future of our country. I stand for questions.
Any questions or comment? Mr. Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for coming today, and everyone in the crowd. Really appreciate it. A gentleman got up to speak, Mr. Revelis, and we awarded him not long ago for coming every week and speaking, and we awarded him not because we agree with him, but because speech, particularly speech in the opposition, the things you don't want to hear, is very valuable. So I'd encourage everybody to often attend meetings. And so the question I have, there's a line from Moneyball that said, if he's such a good hitter, why doesn't he hit? If you remember that. And my question is, if the machines are so good at counting, why can't they count? And so in Maricopa and in Pinal County, we have machines, and yet we're not confident in the count. In fact, the results here are sort of in question. You said something about the poll pads, and on the morning of the election at one of the precincts, I was there, and they said the poll pads had a problem, and they were trying to figure it out. It was connectivity, and I was really surprised that they were connected wirelessly. They said there was a wireless connection. So my thought was, if there were some nefarious code, could someone add a name prior to, in the morning of the election prior to, and then take it off, and then we'd have someone walk into the place, cast a ballot, and then there's one extra. How would we know if that occurred?
I'll have my colleague answer too, but it's already been proven. I'm sorry, I'm going to go through the chair and then Mr. Kavanaugh. It's already been proven that they upload thousands of names maybe 3-4 weeks before the election and then vote those names and then shortly thereafter pull them out. That's been established. Our elections committee had several briefings from experts from around the country, and that has been demonstrated as one of the ways of corruption.
And there's been some argument here. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brelli.
Yeah, and yes, and thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Kavanaugh. And to that point, on the voter registration system, former Secretary of State gave a whole bunch of these nonprofit organizations their own unique URL to be able to register people to vote online, which gives them access to Service Arizona. And when we were doing through the signature verification process, where we were verifying when we had the digital copy of the envelope and verified that with the signature on a voter registration, we kept looking at there was a certain common denominator that signatures were definitely not matching, and they were all, the voter registration form was all typed up like they went online and did a computer. And that's when we found out you literally had to go, it was pretty much buried on the Secretary of State's website, a link to be able to go on and get, to be able to these nonprofits to be able to get their own unique URL and this and that kind of thing. So they gave them access to Service Arizona, which cuts and pastes the voter registration, the signature from your driver's license to the voter registration form. And we've seen some that was just so egregious, it was like even a caveman could figure it out. You look at the voter registration form, it says, Kevin Kavanaugh, and then you look at the envelope, it says Kevin Kavanaugh, but you look at the signature on the envelope, the signature on the envelope has your signature, Kevin Kavanaugh, but you look on the voter registration form and it said Jeff Surdy, or different name, different signature. So we know that that's somehow gotten manipulated and changed. And here's just how simple it can be. All somebody's got to do, if they have enough voter information, they have enough information on a certain voter, they can go in there, get in the system to go and do an update, change the zip code, so now that ballot is undeliverable. So the ballot's undeliverable, it comes back to the post office gives it to the county, it's scooped up, and then they kind of like disappear because there was no chain of custody. Now, there's something else. I mean, we're talking about, we've literally surrendered your currency as an American citizen, a ballot, to a third-party vendor that has no oversight. Because when you try to have oversight, you get blocked through intimidation, lawfare. For God's sakes, they even threatened the supervisors that if they didn't certify the election, because they wanted to be able to do that hand count of the post-election, if they didn't certify on that deadline, they were threatened with felonies. If that doesn't get you outraged, I don't know what is, or what will. I know it outraged them, and it even outraged my county supervisors because they were under the same threat.
And some of you may be able to respond. Some of the arguments we heard against is that it's slow to count hand count ballots. And I watched our system, and I don't know what they did in Mojave, but it seems they're reinventing the wheel. And I'm not opposed to an adding machine being used rather than a checklist. And I think it'd be very quick to implement a system, and I'll bet you in a week I could come up with a system that would count 5 times faster than it happened in Mojave County. So my question to you, and maybe you can answer for the opposition, if we show, now it's going to be slower, but not impossibly slow, if we could demonstrate that the hand count would occur, the manual count, would occur very quickly and within deadlines and allow all the other deadlines to be met in the law, would there be objection from the other side, or are we arguing just machines versus hand count ideology?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Supervisor, the opposition is they're against transparency. Now, I saw the example that Mojave County had, and I thought it was ridiculous the way he did. He had the same 7 people, which 7's a good number. I think it's too many, but you had 7. We're talking about 7 people have to be unanimous on that one vote. But they counted an entire ballot, 36 items. I mean, that's what that'll take. And there's a lot of room for mistake there. But if you do one race at a time, it's just moving on down to an assembly line, that's logistically possible, and it can be done. Now, here's the other good side of this. If you've got 5, 7 people all unanimously got the count right by doing it manually, guess what? That will alleviate a lot of the problems of a recount. Because when you do the recount, you got to go back to the paper. And that gets costly, that's timely. But if you got 14 days to count and tabulate ballots, then you have election day, you've got still that buffer to get the county recorder's need for day of ballots. Somebody that was supposed to mail in their ballot, they didn't, they took it to the poll, and they dropped it off on election day. That's an early ballot that has to be, signature has to be verified. We encourage, if you ask to go to the polls, I vote early. I'm there on the first day of early voting, in case I get run over by a bus, I want to make sure I voted.
And my final question is, with respect to the hand count audit. Cochise, you mentioned Cochise County, and they, I believe, they conducted the hand count audit and did 100% rather than a random percentage of precincts. We had that discussion here that we could do a greater number than 2% or whatever it was, 2 precincts, but not 100%. Does the law permit a manual count of the ballots as opposed to using the machine?
Yes, great question, Mr. Chair and Supervisor. The law does not even mandate the electronic voting systems to be even used. Okay, I must have forgot to talk about that. You're not authorized or not mandated by law to use them. If you do use them, there's certain criteria. But I've even had arguments with some of the county attorneys that say, well, show me in statute where a hand count is authorized. I said, well, show me where it's not. The law doesn't say, it's more you can't do things. So, of course, you know, some of the other folks in Phoenix, you know, the unelected bureaucrats can't, and when I hear can't, it means won't, because people don't want to do any extra work. But there's nothing in statute that prevents the hand count of the election. Post-election, there's certain criteria. They wanted to do a 100% hand count of all their precincts, 100% of their precincts. In that scenario, you had to do by lot certain races. But if you do everything on the front end, you alleviate the back end.
Mr. Miller Goodman, any input?
Well, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot to digest here. I want to go back to the machine that I first voted on when first election I ever voted in, and I pulled a lever. Mm-hmm. There's no messing that up. It had a tally. They wrote down the tallies at the end of the night, and no computers involved. It was all manual. I keep thinking, why don't they go back to something like that? That wouldn't be hard.
Amen. And if I may piggyback on that, sir, where the mischief is, from all the briefings we got, is after the precinct. When the ballots get delivered to the voting centers, is where the mischief occurs. If they're counted as you described at the precinct by people of that precinct, that's a hard and fast calculated figure. And it's much harder to cheat if it's accurately recorded at that level. And the other thing that happens is the day of voting. That's when all of the chain of custody went to heck. That's when all these hundreds of thousands of ballots from the third-party vendor mysteriously got delivered, and Maricopa County had that disconnect. So we have sacrificed our vote to convenience.
Well, back to the chairman's question to me. I understand that there's still some litigation that has actually started on a lot of this. I had a short conversation with the county attorney this morning briefly about some of this is still being debated at the judicial level. I'd like to learn more. I need to understand. You know, it's the permission. They say we don't have the permission. We do have the permission. You know, where is that at? I don't know if the chairman's going to have any more to talk to the county or have the county attorney's office participate in this discussion. We do have Dana Lewis coming up, where I think there'll be some more stuff in her update that may shed some light on all of this. But I don't know. I don't know where the rest of my colleagues are on this either.
You know, I'd like to address one more thing I forgot
to
talk about, and that was the confidentiality of the process. We had over 1,500 workers that volunteered at the Senate audit. They all signed an NDA. Not once did we have a data breach. Not once. However, when we found certain things that we needed questions on to the county supervisors, Maricopa County, immediately things get leaked.
Well,
For example, hey, we opened up one of the boxes that had a ballot bag in it, but the ballot bag had no seal on it. And the seal, as a matter of fact, at the bottom of the of the bag, and the inventory sheet didn't match. And of course, that gets leaked to the press, and they just excoriated us and things like that. So your personnel obviously have to sign an NDA. And it's a Class 6 felony to leak out any kind of data on the election, the results. It's a Class 6 felony. So if somebody wants to leak that out just to say how smart they are, they got to be fools. But, logistically, you can rotate teams around so they don't know the final count.
Really, one of the questions, though, as we have been talking about this, because it appears that logistically, when you have 4 pages, which Pinal County had, you're not going to count everything on every page. Are you talking about just isolating one of the races and hand counting that? Or are you talking about taking all 4 pages and hand counting all 4 pages at that point? I mean,
well, in my opinion, everything on the ballot is important to everybody.
Sure.
Yeah. So, it just takes different teams to do certain things at certain times. You have 14 days of early voting, of actually contabulate. It's easy to separate by precinct, especially when it's done at the precinct level. It's easier that way, closest to the people. You get enough people in there. Precinct A, if you live in Precinct A, you count Precinct B. Just make sure everybody gets honest and everything else. They're also going to say, well, you have to have equal amount of party people. Well, that doesn't have to be Republican and Democrat. It can be independent, green, whatever. They all have to be registered in the state of Arizona, not specifically to the county. Registered voters.
I hadn't considered calling on the county attorney, but I'm going to look in his direction and see if he wants to weigh in. Do you have anything that you think you could add?
If the chair would like, I can update on the current pending litigation.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And we did ask about, must we certify, can we be arrested and stripped of our position? And we're told that the legislature has to change that. But then the governor would have to sign it.
Thank you, Chair. Ken Volker from Pinal County Attorney. I want to thank you for bringing me into this fray. Senator Borelli and Senator Rogers are absolutely correct. There has been a lot of litigation. There have been threats made against the Board of Supervisors, specifically in Cochise County. Cochise County has not backed down. There was an argument approximately 2 weeks ago before the Division II Court of Appeals, housed in Tucson. That is our Court of Appeals. In fact, Pinal County has 3 members on that larger bench. Originally, the question presented to the court was actually what Supervisor Kavanaugh had asked, and that was, can you do 100% hand count afterwards? And that issue was taken up, but interestingly, the judges, and it's a 3-panel judge, the judges said, there's another issue I think we really should address, and they asked both attorneys to argue it, and there was significant discussion, and that is whether a manual tabulation can happen at the beginning. I will tell you that Senator Borelli said something earlier that I was quite, in my personal capacity, agreed with him, and that is there's nothing that actually prohibits us from being able to hand count, to not use machines. That was my personal interpretation. I can tell you my team, we've got 10 of us there, and we had 2 different opinions. We had 5 on each side. There was a legitimate question about the interpretation. I will tell you, though, that during those arguments, there was a statement that was made that concerned me, that has made me less confident in what my position was just 3 weeks ago. And that was under ARS 16622, under the official canvas. It said the results, and I'm quoting, printed by the vote tabulating equipment shall constitute the official canvas. So the problem is our statute said that the official canvas has to come from the voting tabulation.
What if the vote tabulation machine was a 10-key calculator? Still printed and it's still a machine, right?
So tabulating equipment is defined as an apparatus necessary to automatically examine and count votes as designated on ballots and tabulate the results. That's under ARS 164447. There's also a general legal principle that says that you have to read all statutes in harmony with each other. I don't know how you harmonize that. I'm not opining. I'm not telling you what the decision's going to be. I can tell you that I have more questions after listening to the argument. I will tell you that it was two talented attorneys who were very fair, who made very good arguments. The court asked very poignant questions. What I'm letting you know is we anticipate that there will be an opinion issued by Division II. It certainly will talk about the 100% hand count afterwards, and likely, no guarantee, but likely also discuss whether you can do a no machine tabulation. Until that happens, it's really hard for me to give you advice. That opinion will be binding on you. What I can assure this board is if they go against what the D2 court says, it's going to cause lots of litigation, lots of problems, because that will be the law of the land. I fully anticipate both sides will take it up to the Arizona Supreme Court, but I don't think we're going to get a decision in time for Dana and her team to be able to get the early presidential preference primary done in March, and then our primary that's going to happen in August. I think we're going to get the D2 opinion, hopefully before the end of the year. But that's going to be the law of the land for this next election, is my belief. So my intention is to continue updating the board, updating all the parties. I know that Mr. Liu, Dana and I had a conversation with my team for an hour and a half just yesterday, what's going on and updating. So that is really my update regarding the litigation. We're just sitting and waiting.
When you did your roundtable, may I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When you did your roundtable discussion, was it attorneys within your office or Coppersmith?
Chair, Supervisor Kavanaugh, just within us, just within our office. I will tell you it's not just our office, though. We do have very positive relationships with our colleagues in other jurisdictions. We've been speaking with Mojave County, with specifically their deputy civil county attorney, who is the one that presented yesterday and was discussing. So we've had those conversations. And again, I will tell you, there's not a unanimity of thought. There is not, this is absolutely right, you people are wrong, you people, there is a legitimate discussion. I believe the court is the best system yet devised to actually come to a solution. But at this point, my legal advice to you is we can continue to explore everything, but I would hesitate making any final decisions until we get that formal opinion from the Division II Court of Appeals.
Any more questions for Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken, the early tabulation, though, is that permissive in the statute as it stands now? Because I didn't think it was, but
we do 1% currently.
Of early tabulation?
Of the early votes, we do a manual hand count audit of, I believe, 1%. Now, I do know that Dana's here. This is certainly not my, when I talk about criminal law, I'll stand in here and spew
Sure.
from the mouth for hours. I would ask Dana to correct me if I'm mistaken, but my review is I believe that we do a 1% hand count audit of the early ballots, and then we do 2% of the day of votes.
But is that during the 14 days prior to the election day, or that's after the election day?
I think it's after the 27th. Could I ask Ms. Lewis to come up? She's going to be our subject matter expert on this topic.
Okay, because I didn't think any tabulation could take prior to election day.
That was my understanding too, but I'm not about to rebut.
Okay.
Chairman of the Board, Supervisors, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. That is correct. Statute does allow for us to start tabulating the early ballots at the 27 days prior to the election. It is correct. That was changed the 54th legislative session, I believe it was. And so we are able to tabulate them. We are not able to release results until 8 p.m. on election night, but we are able to tabulate them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Mr. Goodman.
Yes, I think at this point I'm inclined to agree with Supervisor Miller. Is that I'd like to look more into, as far as the legalities and things of that nature, the logistics as well. I read that report from Mojave County, their underlying information that they had for their board meeting yesterday, and I'm not sure I want Supervisor Kavanaugh to come up with a system that's going to vote a lot more speedily, but there's enough experts out there that can do that. And so, and I just want to say to you too, appreciate the service that you've given and rendered over the years, especially in the military, and and all of our military. I also know there's good Democrats out there that have served as well, And so I think to all of our servicemen, we need to give our appreciation because of the very thing that they have protected. Senator, you mentioned something. You made a comment about that we've given up a lot for convenience. And I will tell you, I see that in a major way across this country, and especially here in Pinal County. When I look at the amount of population that we have and their rights to vote, we don't have a large population that actually votes. They register, but they don't come out and actually vote. That's disturbing because it's inconvenient. And a lot of our problems and issues that we have are a result of people not taking that privilege and exercising it. And that's just as valuable as us going out and defending our country in the form of military service or even in our local police departments and the service that they render. I think it's important that we make those kind of comments and those kind of, I appreciate the information that you've come forward with, and I look forward to some of the discussions as we move forward. And with that, one thing that I'm asking is on the logistics of this, if you guys, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, that we kind of give our staff the direction to come up with the logistics, working with our county recorder and so on and so forth, and looking what we can and can't do at this point. And I appreciate what you were saying with the final ruling is going to come down on Cochise County and what's taking place there. I will tell you, Senator, as a board, we've taken on some pretty heavy things. We've taken on things that was not to our, as a board, that fell under the Arizona Corporation Commission. And we took that system and that problem that we've had here in our county to the very top. I've met with you, Senator, in regards to that issue on multiple occasions. And some of the things that you have done in the Senate, we appreciate and we thank you for that, especially when it comes to our water issues. So thank you. That's where I'm at.
So towards the end of this meeting, we have an item where we ask to put things on the agenda. So,
okay,
I take it somebody will be asking that towards at that time.
And if I may, just one quick statement, Mr. Chairman, we still haven't filled our elections director's position yet. We are still, and I think that's an important person to have on board before we go very far with anything. We're having a difficult time filling that position. So anyway, but thank you for the presentation, and yes, I will thank both for your service at the.
May I add something?
Sure,
please.
you.
You know, even you got the presidential preference coming in. So I mean, that's just pretty much one party race. That should be easy project to do. And, you know, with your recorder and election director, this is an opportunity to shine because they'd be able to supervise and set up the most efficient program to do this. Now, Mojave County, that election director didn't want to do anything. He was against any kind of, even the idea. I know Alan. He's been there for years. And he was looking for ways to say, can't. When he said, well, it's going to take 250 people. I'm like, I've got over 300 volunteers already signed up already, and we didn't even start it. So don't look at Mojave County as a model. I thought his model was cumbersome and I think deliberatively to make it challenging. But
okay, one more time this week.
And to your point, Senator, I just was looking at numbers. They did 850 ballots with 36 races, 2-card, 2-side. And in their report from yesterday, it was 7 people, 8 hours per day. It took them 3 days. Mm-hmm. So, okay, that's 7 people. They look at 105,000 ballots for their general election. That's what they're looking at next November. So with that, and I'm not trying to be, for or against, I'm just putting numbers out there for people to hear. They figured they'd need 245 people, 8 hours a day for 19 days to count. So just in perspective, that's 4,655 8-hour shifts Now, most people I know in some of the retired communities are like, whoa, this is interfering with my pickleball, my golf. I'm not doing 8 hours. Hey, I'm not doing it for 19 days. So, you're looking at 90, 310 4-hour shifts, just in perspective, just to do that. And then and then that's just if they came every day. And now you're going to have more people. So, you're looking at something like, 490 people you've got to have trained to count ballots. The numbers are rather impressive, is all I'm trying to get to.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Supervisor McClure. Sure, on his model was at a central tabulation area. And what he wanted to get the county fairgrounds, and he wanted to say it's going to cost us millions of dollars because we're going to get cameras and we have to rent the county facility. I'm like, doesn't Mojave County already own that facility? So these are can't. Well, can't meant won't.
Right.
But if you took 5 people at a precinct level and the polls closed that day, there's logistical ways to make things happen that are really simple. But, Alan was looking for ways to gum it up to make it really complicated. But they're forgetting we have early voting. You can tabulate the early voting. And then, of course, he threw in there the post-election. They have so many days to canvass and so on and so forth that you got to re-verify. But anyway, he was looking for ways to not make it work. And we're Havasu, Bullhead, Kingman, the other outlying areas. They're smaller precincts. We could have done this easily.
I'm not saying that there's no way to do it. I'm just simply putting out the numbers are just massive.
Well, we had already had 300 people signed up to do this within a week. And they were like, okay, if we're going to do this, we'll get more people. So, we have very active people. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Kavanaugh, last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I keep track of election stuff.
Really?
2 binders, 600 pages of everything that's ever been said about elections in this county. And one of the quotes here is, we talk about, one quote was, people are more subject to error than machines. Then a little later we've got, I think the number 2 machine showed a bit of inconsistency. So at one time we're touting the greatness and the accuracy of the machines, and then in a couple meetings later we realized that wasn't right. It doesn't matter, Democrats, Republicans, independents, if you have a hand count or you have a machine count. If you heard our former elections director, she said, the elections director and the recorder are the trusted source for good information. Then she didn't do the master audit logs, as she said was required in the meetings prior to the general election. And the day of the general election, or the day of the canvass, the day before, ignored the master audit logs, what she had previously said was required, gave us an incorrect canvass, and moved to Texas. So it doesn't matter if you have machines or hand count. If you don't have honest people running the election, it's hopeless. So if anybody wants a copy, I give them a digital copy of 600 pages. You can go over everything we've ever said and see for yourself what goes on with respect to elections, and be well informed. So that's all I have to say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to that point, the EAC allows for a 0.02% error rate on misfeeds. So even the EAC is allowing an error on a misfeed. Now, Maricopa County does those ballot on demands, and we had problems with those printers not going through a tabulator. Guess what? If you if you're hand counting paper ballots, you don't need to run it through a tabulator, even if it's a misprint.
Yeah. Okay. Give you 2 a chance to tie it up as well.
Mr. Kavanaugh, I think you point to something really salient, and that is, even with machines, it's the human input and the human influence and the malfeasance that we've seen to do with those machines, which was caused by humans. So machines are only as good or bad as the humans make them. And as to the D2 court decision, and your attorney, Volkmer, said it could be appealed and likely would be, that stretches out the timeline so that you can still do the presidential preference primary race with a hand count paper ballot and lead. And I will close with this, we in the legislature, there's the legislative, judicial, and executive branches, as we all know. The legislative is the strongest by design because we're the hardest to corral because there are so many of us. But we are strong and united in this. So if you get sued, expect it, because that's the tenor of the times. We will back you up. We can't operate and lead under the fear of being sued. That's what the side opposite plays on. We have to be above that. We have to be stronger. We have to fight back. We have to fight for our country and not worry about lawsuits. We've got to do what's right. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you both for your time. And Senator Rogers, someday we'll get to just a regular district. I still like your help to get Resolution Copper open and get Highway 88 open.
Yeah.
So please be ready to help us on both of those as well.
On that one?
Yeah. Clause on that one. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now on to item number 4 with Dana Lewis and an elections update.
Chairman Surdy, Supervisors, 28 days ago, you moved the responsibilities of the Elections Department under the supervision of the Office of the Recorder, and immediately our team moved into action. The Voter Registration Department and Early Voting Division were moved to the Coolidge office. Straight away, cross-training began and morale improved. One-on-ones were conducted to determine individual strengths and assign programs to teams. This allowed us to develop a working organizational chart and provide a chain of command for reporting and accountability. Next, meetings with county management and various departments occurred to communicate the overall needs. We have created a plan for professional development to ensure our election officials are highly trained, emotionally intelligent, and articulate communicators. I have been assured that we have the financial support needed to run the department and acquire the resources needed going into the 2023-2024 election cycle. We have met with fleet and facilities regarding the new building and the need for box trucks, made adjustments to ramps to accommodate them, and added cameras to spaces that had previously been negated. Next week, we meet with the architect regarding suggested changes to the warehouse space for the new building to ensure effective floor space for receiving and audit boards. Job announcements have been posted for the elections director, deputy director, operations manager, and election specialist positions. We meet with the HR department tomorrow to discuss applicants and concerns that have been elevated to my attention regarding the difficulty some have had in applying and us filling these positions. The county's communication team has worked with us to improve websites and discuss a comprehensive strategy to educate voters about the nuances of the 2024 elections. Introductory emails have been sent to stakeholders that include county admin, party chairs, school districts, city and town clerks, and vendors, the election officials of Arizona, and the Arizona Secretary of State's office. We have the support we need. An MOA has been drafted and I believe will be presented to the Board of Supervisors in the near future. We have created the ballot for the November election and the template for upcoming elections. Elections operations have been reviewed for security, safety, emergency, personnel, and audit processes, and updated the e-schedule. We have completed the scope of work for the GPS RFP. Institutional knowledge was embraced, and we completed our first page-by-page review of the current elections desktop procedures and assigned chapters. This same process was completed successfully on the Avid voter registration and early voting side of the House, and now that team is working with the Elections Department to ensure all programs are managed, a succession plan is built into policy, and all statutorily required processes have been captured. Utilizing the on-hand department talent, we are creating our own unique asset management database. I have expressed a key accomplishment would be to hire an elections director with formidable Arizona elections experience. Such candidates have yet to present themselves. However, what has happened is that this staff has risen to the occasion. Under guidance and encouragement, this team is flourishing. They're consummate professionals. Their kind of person is unique, and their level of integrity is the utmost. What's on the horizon? We're scrubbing databases for accuracy, accomplishing evals, and created ballot proofing boards. The E- schedule has been updated and will be presented to the Pinal County Attorney's Office for review. There's a host of agenda items that will be presented to the Board of Supervisors in the future, ranging from Avid IGA with the AZSOS to ballot replacement sites for the jurisdictional election. I know that the work required will not stop, but I promise to all voters in Pinal County that I can ensure that until I can ensure free, fair, and accurate elections, neither will I. Questions?
A question for Natasha or Leo Lou. What is our timeline for us acting on the?
Mr. Chairman, for the MOU to be presented to the board, is that the question? On August 16th is our target
So
date.
2 meetings from now.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. You've sat here, Ms. Lewis, and heard the issues presented by the senators and the citizens. And do you know, before that 2022 canvass was brought to the board, do you know if that canvass was accurate? And if it was or was not, and what in your procedures manual have you done to correct any errors?
We have Chairman Surdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, we have accomplished our first page turner. What I can tell you about what occurred during the 2022 general election is that I was not part of that process. And previously I've been asked that question, and I have stated that to speak about another person's process, I don't feel is a fair or effective way to move forward.
So you wouldn't go back and look at the other election to see what errors occurred to inform your manual that you're creating now? The manual...
I'm going to go off of statute, sir.
Well, so you don't have, are you going to write internal procedures, the nuts and bolts manual for inside the elections office? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Because I mentioned that back in 2021 before any elections errors occurred to our county management team. Mr. Miller and I agreed that Leo Lou would write a white paper on the problems that we saw coming in the elections. Then we had the primary election and the general election. And then Ms. Roll and County Attorney Volkmer said, we're missing an internal elections procedure manual. So I'm glad to hear you're writing that. But you're not going to let anything that happened in the past inform your manual? You're not going to go back and look at the errors?
Chairman Surdy, members of the board, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I believe that we learned from mistakes in the past, but to say that they were mistakes, I won't do that. I will confirm that conversations that were had with current staff that were present during that election, all of R1, we have illustrated those problems that they had with receiving board, what happened with the audit board, the lack of space. We are identifying those issues, and we hope to rectify them with our current situation of lack of space. And then obviously with going forward with our new building. But yes, absolutely. We're going to start with statute, and then we're soon to have a new elections procedures manual, and we're going off of the 2019 right now and ensuring that everything we're doing under guidance of statute and the Arizona Secretary of State's is in lockstep. And then also going off of the knowledge that I have from previous experience and staff from other departments. Also, we rely on each other as recorders and election directors, so we'll be utilizing that wealth of knowledge. So yes, we'll look at all of that, put it in procedures, and that will go out for review.
Will you provide a copy of your draft manual to the board this week through Natasha Kennedy? Would you do that for us?
Chairman Surdy, members of the board, Supervisor Kavanaugh, Because our procedures manual have confidential and sensitive information as far as some of the procedures that we accomplish, as far as the elections department, I'm hesitant to confirm that. I know the one we have already accomplished for the recorder side of things, voter registration, early voting, AVID. We've sent that to the Secretary of State's key members to review that to make sure that everything is accurate. And then we will be sending that to the county attorney's office for scrubbing so that I can ensure that no information goes forward that can compromise the security of our systems.
And that is precisely what I heard in 2021. There's sensitive information. It can't be shown to a board of supervisors. Then we discovered there wasn't really a manual other than a draft. So that's why I want to see a copy of it. So, yes, if you could redact anything that is confidential, that could not be revealed in a public records request, and send it to us, I appreciate that.
Chairman Sturdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I will defer to council on that to ensure I'm not overstepping any line.
Mr. Volkmer?
You're so sad. Anything to do during the weekend? He can read that manual.
Chair, Supervisor Kavanaugh, we'll work with the recorder's office to redact to make sure that no impermissible information's released. We can figure out a way to get you, I think, what you're seeking in combination with the recorder. So we'll work diligently with her and her team, and we'll get you something. It'll probably be under legal privilege, so it is not disclosable. But even with that, there's still certain information that can't be disclosed. So it'll take a little bit, but we'll work with them to try and get the entirety of the board something, and we'll share it with everybody equally.
What is it that can't be disclosed? Security procedures?
They're statutory things. Again, without having it sitting in front of me, but there are very private internal things about the actual process, about
movement of ballots, whatever.
Well, movement of ballots is one thing, and that is an issue, but there's also not source code, but something along those lines, the information that's actually there, the uploading process, all of those things that are there. Because, again, this is a detailed document that says exactly how we are going to upload this information to the Secretary of State, how they're going to count it, how they're going to track it. If anybody wanted to actually attack us, if they had this document, it is literally a how-to every place that they could intervene. So it's very sensitive and it's very concerning because we want to make sure that nobody has access to the very specific process. Just like on a criminal case, we don't tell you exactly when somebody's being transported by law enforcement. It's that same sort of concept where we want to make sure that it doesn't create or establish a process where you could figure out where our vulnerabilities are and give somebody the blueprint to attack us. So that's really part of the concern is.
So if Senator Rogers was still here, she'd say, "Oh, so there's vulnerability." Oh, she would say, "Oh, so there's vulnerabilities." Sorry, I didn't see the bright red. Yeah, so I can speak for the senator. She would probably say, "Well, so you're admitting there are vulnerabilities in our system," but I'm just.
It's not a perfect system. Yeah. And anybody that tells you that it is perfect and foolproof, I think, is being disingenuous. Yeah. We make it the very best and safest that we possibly can, and we don't want to do anything that would further jeopardize it. That's what I think the concern that I'm hearing from my recorder. That's why we'll work together to get you everything we can without jeopardizing the sanctity of the system in the process.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Dana, do you have any closing thoughts?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, time for the district reports. I know that Goodman and McClure both have little videos. Do you have anything, Steve? I have two. One is a very important meeting with ADOT August 16th at the Apache Junction Multi-Generation Center regarding trying to get Highway 88 Fish Creek Hill open, and that will start at 5:30 on August 16th. Also, an update that there will be a flood retention project starting in the fall that's going to go out to bids, 15 acres, basically about where the roundabout is in Apache Junction, and it will hopefully alleviate a lot of the flooding that's happened over the years downstream. So if you see anything going on there, that's what that's about. Other than that, Supervisor Goodman?
Yes, we had we've had a couple of town hall meetings this last, I guess it's been a couple, 3 weeks ago. And our communications department put together a video. Maybe if we could just cue that up, and then and I'll say a couple things after. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. This is the first of several town hall meetings that we're going to have.
Supervisor Mike Goodman was interested in presenting the results of the survey of the residents of the Santan Valley area.
So there was 3 specific areas that we really wanted to focus on and get input from the community. The incorporation part, transportation, and then economic development.
I was impressed with the knowledge of the respondents and understanding those issues. Some of them can be fairly complex. Which I guess is a credit to the county getting the word out on these things to the public.
I think there'd be no surprise for people to know that the number one issue that people are concerned about is traffic, that they want to know what's going to be done about the traffic issues to improve transportation in Pinal County. But they're also interested in economic development and what's coming next as far as commercial businesses.
After the presentation, we actually had breakout sessions, 3 different breakout sessions, that people were able to interact and even give back their input on those 3 different topics.
What is the future of governance? Are we going to stay in the unincorporated part of Pinal County where the decisions are made by the 5 members of the County Board of Supervisors for the entire county? Are we going to talk to neighboring communities about possibly annexing us? Or are we going to talk about the possibility of incorporating as our own municipality?
I was thinking, why would anybody want to incorporate and pay more taxes? However, over the last 6 years, I've learned why you want to do that and the benefits of doing it. So I've come 180 degrees in that direction.
But it's entirely a decision that the citizens who live here are going to have to make.
Santan Valley is either going to become its own city or it's going to get eaten up by Florence and Queen Creek. So do you want to be in control of your own destiny, or do you want to be, a small part of a big thing?
I think it's important for people to get information firsthand from the people who are involved with their local government to explain to them the issues and the options. Communities function best when people can come together and make decisions about what's in the best interest of their community. So being as local as possible, talking to the residents is very important.
And things like this do a tremendous job of number one, finding out what the people think, and then number 2, giving them feedback on what that is and what the county thinks should be done.
Tonight I was very happy to be able to bring along some of my graduate students from the ASU School of Public Affairs, and they're here along with county staff collecting people's comments and questions so that at an event like this we're able to gather all of the comments and all of the questions, consolidate them, and then provide that back to the people of the community, along with answers.
What we'll do is we'll take all those, they're going to put them together, and then we'll address those questions to the individuals that asked them, and we'll even probably incorporate those in future town hall meetings that we'll be doing and presenting to the community. We had roughly about 200 people that signed up, and we had over 300 people come and attend. So, and that's good. That's great. That's just the community having interest and out there sharing with one another. And, well, let's go see what this is all about.
Is that your whole report?
Yeah, I like the music that they picked. It's kind of that relaxed kind of feeling. That's the way I try to be in life, But, we have several other ones. We had another one 2 nights after that particular event. We had another town hall meeting, and there's a lot more to come as we move forward. I alluded to the thing of convenience, what Senator Rogers alluded to about we've given up things for convenience. And I look at an area that since 2010 has tried to incorporate. 2010. And the gentleman on here said something about we'll be eaten up by Florence and Queen Creek. Well, that probably should have happened by now. And so that's still under the government of us here, over 100-something thousand people. And so hopefully more people get more involved in some of these things and really look at what the pros and the cons, which is something that they haven't done in the past. And so, and then with our roads and infrastructure, there's a lot of things that have been taking place there. So I appreciate those that attended, especially to our staff and the time and effort that they spent helping us put the information together to present to the public. So thank you.
Supervisor McClure.
So you've got a video coming up here, I believe, of one of the fun things they get to do, one of the ribbon cuttings, and this is up in Salmon Well at the Senior Center. So go ahead and play on there, please.
I am here today to be thankful for all the work that has been accomplished at the Senior Center in Salmon Well because we have needed help for many years.
In 1992, this building was donated to the community as a senior center by Magma Copper, now BHP, and it was always to be a senior center. And now with their membership up, people wanting to come here, it needed some revamping.
Before it was kind of dark, dingy.
Dorothy said she needed to have some work done on the building, and how do I get money? So she came to the county, told her write a grant for CDBG funds, Community Development Block Grant.
It's a long process, but it is worth it.
To help structures like this, to help youth programs, to help, oh gosh, there's a whole lot of uses for them, but community development. They applied for their grant, $96,000 they got, and with that they were able to replace windows. A couple of the windows had plywood over them.
We used to have metal windows that were from 1944, left over from the war.
Put in a big driveway out here in front.
Which we've always had grass and dirt and weeds, and so it's nice to have cement.
Repainted the outside, repainted the inside.
We have a new interior. They insulated the outside walls, sheetrocked them, and they even painted them for us, which was very nice. We have new floors instead of 30-year-old carpeting. We have new kitchen cabinets. They were metal, and they get rusty and you can't open them. Now we have lights and fans that actually work. Our lighting was plugged from one plug to another plug to another plug to it was very unhealthy, and we were worried about it. I'm very happy because it's going to cut down on our utilities. And it's cool in here, and before it has been very hot, even with the air on. So it's now a nice, healthy, clean place for my ladies who come in. If you can leave your home and visit with someone else, you are healthy. If you stay home and watch the TV all the time, you have no interaction, and you just kind of vegetate and you get unhealthy. So we sew, we do card making, we do jewelry making, we do quilting. We have been taught how to do crochet so that we can crochet baby quilts for tiny infants, and they're 12 inches by 12 inches for premature babies, and the tiny little caps that they wear.
Game days, they've got karaoke, they make quilts for vets, they make cards, a lot of activities to keep everybody having a good time. It's really important in the county that we don't forget or neglect people that are further out from our core. Copper Corridor is economically challenged, to put it lightly. When the mine closed down, a lot of jobs lost, here all the way up to Kearney. And so it's really important that the county is cognizant of coming out to these areas and making sure that we have community centers, that we do. Like right across the street, the San Manuel Revitalization Committee worked hard on getting the community center together. And we redid the park. All these other places, we do the same thing over and over, try to keep things up for the people.
Is that your whole report?
Well, almost. I mean, by the way, I like the music here, Mike. This is cool because it's jazzy, so it keeps you awake. And I just want to say that the head of the senior center there, Dorothy, I've known her for quite a few years. When I was on the school board in Oracle, she used to work there. And so she's in Oracle, and this is up in Salmon Well. And so she joined in when they opened their membership up. And she was really interested in joining. Well, then she went on a vacation and wound up being the president of the board, and that's been 10 years. They won't let her go. And it's for good reason, though. She drives the heck out of it. I mean, she goes out and goes door to door and says, hey, you need to come to the senior center. Hey, you need to come here. So she's an integral part of the community. We really appreciate her.
County Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few years ago, we reformed the way that we do public defense services. The contracts for which, just as a coincidence or note, our current county attorney used to be on these contracts and was one of the best and highest performing and most regarded attorneys on that contract list. We reformed it so that the managers could manage between the contract attorneys and our internal employees, and so the Superior Court in the past was managing that. And the reason I bring up that history, it was recent a few years ago, but now that we've had a few years of this under our belt, wanted to recognize 4 of our employees who recently, and I think Natasha might have a photo of them to bring up, just at the last conference for the Arizona Public Defenders Association, there were 18 awards given, and 4 of our employees were awarded. The first one here that you see on our left is Chris Phyllis, and she was actually awarded the highest recognition of the association that they give out. It's called the Gideon Award, because Gideon was a case that established kind of uniform public defense rights throughout the country. It's an award that recognizes an individual who has made a substantial long-term contribution to indigent representation and whose efforts have had an everlasting effect on the justice system and the quality of services provided to our clients. She has done a lot of work in juvenile delinquency, is the expert in that field and training, and also on committees and boards and in the creation of state law. And then next we had the Outstanding Attorney Award they categorize it by urban and rural. Rural is the 13 counties, urban's Pima and Maricopa. So one of our internal attorneys won that award this year, Nathan Wade. And then the next picture over, we got an Outstanding Contract Attorney Award for the rural section. So on that contract attorney list, the winner for the rural 13 counties was one of ours. And then last, we have the Outstanding Paraprofessional Award, which was given to Jim McCormick, who has been in this, had public service career spanning 52 years, but has been in that public defender's office for the last 10. And in his little narrative, he made an interesting statement. He was asked what's the biggest difference between his law enforcement career and working for the public defender's office, which he's an investigator for the public defender's office. He said it's about justice, no matter which side you're on. So I think that's a great statement to wrap the value of what that public defense services does. And I think I failed to mention the third awardee's name. It's Anthony Kenny, who was the contract award recipient. So thank you to all of them and to the Public Services Director, Public Defense Services Director, Kathy Whalen, who's done an excellent job over there for the last few years. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, and at the risk of doing too many videos, I have one too, but we recently, the Arizona Workforce Development Annual Summit was held, and our own Joel Millman was a part of that conference planning committee. And Supervisor McClure was on a panel for electeds, and I was on a panel for how workforce relates to economic development. And Kevin made a video to inform of how that conference went.
We're here at the Desert Willow Conference Center in Phoenix, Arizona at our first annual Workforce Summit.
The best way to change someone's life is to offer them the opportunity for a new or better job. And that's why the work that you all do is so important.
We started talking about this over a year ago and decided that we wanted to bring in everybody that had something to do with workforce development throughout Arizona.
We have a great turnout today. I think that's a great reflection on people's understanding of what their role is in the workforce system.
I think workforce is giving people an opportunity to have a good job, take care of their families, and giving our businesses the talent that they need in order for them to succeed.
Then you look at the cross-section of people. It's not just people on the workforce boards, but you've got mayors, you've got councilmen, you've got people that we normally don't see and now they're beginning to understand what workforce can do for them.
The chance for our local areas, our state leaders to sit around a table, think about what challenges they're both facing, how they might solve problems together, is something that we just can't get done in a normal day-to-day scenario. We need to come together, have that session over coffee, look for solutions together.
We've had major corporations, big investments coming into the state, TSMC, Intel expansion, Lucid in Pinal County, LG, right? I mean, you can just go on and on and on. I think those are really splashy, huge investments where you're competing against the rest of the world.
That opportunity that we have with this incredible investment from around the globe in Arizona and manufacturing and other sectors really depends on a promise of workforce being there, ready to support the jobs.
And that's obviously what we're here for, is to try to blend people who need jobs and are looking to maybe retrain, restart their lives. Maybe they've lost a job.
Great example in Pinal County of the work that's been done with Drive 48, advanced manufacturing from the automotive perspective, Procter & Gamble. So we're looking for the next generation of job and training. How does the workforce system make sure that it's keeping pace?
How do we move people, let's say, from a job at Starbucks to a manufacturing job? Like, what does that look like?
But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're taking care of the local businesses who are already here, because those people need our help as well, because we don't want to see just all of the labor exit those places and go to these new companies at the expense of our existing companies.
We have tremendous talent in terms of our workforce system leaders.
Pushing the workforce up in terms of skills and in terms of living wages and getting more money for their families.
I mean, it's kind of a corny cliche, but industry is discovering us, and they're saying, hey, this is a pretty unique, special place, and that's what's beginning to be the attraction, I think, for so many of these companies that are coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you. Purchasing Division report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. I am Tiara Peterson, the Purchasing Manager for Pinal County, and this is your purchasing report for August 2nd, 2023. First, the board is requested to approve the following contract awards. RFP 233928 for printing and design services. We recommend contracts be awarded to the following suppliers: Capital Litho Corp., Casa Grande Valley Newspapers, Inc., Complete Print Shop, Inc., KM Printing, LLC, DBA Strategic Factory, and West Press. The initial term of the contract will begin August 2nd, 2023, and this contract will be used countywide. IFB 240328 for pavement maintenance materials. We recommend contracts be awarded to the following suppliers: Holbrook Asphalt, LLC, Pavement Restoration, Inc., and Western Emulsions, Inc. The initial one-year term of the contract begins August 2nd, 2023, and this contract will be used by the Public Works Department. RFP 240725 for legal publication services. We recommend Casa Grande Valley Newspaper, Inc. be awarded a contract beginning August 2nd, 2023. This contract will be used countywide. Next, the board is requested to approve the following contract amendments. RFP 182524 for WIOA Adult Dislocated Worker and Rapid Response Service Provider. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 8 to amend the scope of work with Arbor ENT LLC, DBA Equus Workforce Solutions. This contract is used by the Economic Development Department. RFP 190424 for uniforms. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 4 to exercise the optional extension period from August 21st, 2023 through August 20th, 2024 with Universal Police Supply. This contract is used by both the Sheriff's Office and Animal Care and Control. RFP 203026 For Public Defense Service Attorney Services, we recommend approval of an amendment to exercise the optional extension period effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 with the following suppliers: Alexis J. Brooks of Tate and Hall, PLLC, Adam James of the Law Office of Adam James, Bryson Jones of the Law Office of Bryson Jones, PLLC, William Troy Landry of Landry Law Office, PC, Matthew Laura of the Laura Law Group, PLC, Olivia Lynn Esquire of Lynn Legal Consulting, PLLC, Timothy V. Nelson of the Law Office of Timothy V. Nelson, LLC, Timothy D. Rogers Esquire of Rogers Legal Group, PLC, Mark Talon of the Law Office of Mark Talon, Faisal Ullah of FHU Law, PLLC, and Henry Edward Whitmer of Signature Law Group, PLLC. This contract is used by the Public Defense Services Office. RFP 220126 for Title 1B WIOA Youth Program Provider. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 3 to amend the scope of work with the Pinal County Community College District. This contract is used by the Economic Development Department. ROQ 226327 for JOC for Housing Electrical Installation, Repair, Renovation, and Replacement. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 1 to exercise the optional extension period from August 3rd, 2023 through August 2nd, 2024 with JMAC Electrical. This contract is used by the Housing Department and the Office of Budget and Finance. ROQ 226527, JOC for Housing Roofing, Installation, Repair, Renovation, and Replacement. We recommend approval of Amendment Number 1 to exercise the optional extension period beginning August 3rd, 2023 with Post and Beam Construction. This contract is used by the Housing Department and the Office of Budget and Finance. Next, the board is hereby notified of the following cooperative purchases made. PO 249617 with CRM of America, LLC, in the amount of $225,000 for a blanket purchase order for waste tires used by the Public Works Department. PO 249638 with High Tech Network and Security Solutions, LLC, in the amount of $152,618.08 for the SmartNet renewal used by the IT Department. PO 249659 for Waxy Sanitary Supply in the amount of $150,000 for janitorial and sanitation supplies used by the Facilities Management Department. PO 249838 with Midway Chevrolet in the amount of $156,442.20 for 3 2024 Chevy Silverados used by Fleet Services. And finally, the board is requested to approve the following cooperative purchases. Requisition 167566 with West Bank in the amount of $900,000 for fuel used by Fleet Services. Requisition 167611 with Synergy Petroleum in the amount of $1,200,000 for fuel used by Public Works and Fleet Services. Requisition 167613 with West Bank in the amount of $500,000 for fuel for light-duty vehicles used by Fleet Services. Requisition 168215 with Santan Ford in the amount of $1,307,458.24 for 16 2023 F-150 police responder vehicles for Fleet Services in the Sheriff's Office. And Requisition 168240 for Santan Ford in the amount of $592,773.12 for 9 2023 F-150 police responder vehicles for Fleet Services in the Sheriff's Office. And that concludes your Purchasing Division report for August 2nd, 2023.
Any questions or comments? Then I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the purchasing report as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Consent agenda, and we have the county clerk is going to pull item D, and Supervisor Miller wants to pull item number AG. Would anyone else like to pull anything else?
Chairman?
Yes.
If I can pull item G and D.
G and D, okay.
Yes.
Anyone else from the public? Okay, can I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve consent agenda items A through AI with the exception of G. George, D. David, and AG. Is that right?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Natasha, items G and D.
Yes, Chairman. For item number D, I did receive an email this morning from the applicant, and they would like to withdraw the application for their liquor license. They're going to be canceling this event.
So since that's withdrawn, do we even have to vote on it?
No,
Okay.
Chairman.
Then item number G.
Item number G, do we have anyone here in reference to the Child Support Awareness Month proclamation? Okay, Chairman, looks like we do not have one here in attendance. They told me that they would be here in attendance. They wanted an opportunity to read it, but we can just go ahead and take action on it.
Okay, could I have a motion on item number G?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number G as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Item number AG.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a constituent that requested to pull this, Mr. Reck. So maybe if he can come up and ask his question, and then we'll have the sheriff address it. Thank you.
Okay, Noel Reck from Casa Grande. Regarding school resource officers, being in a school is far different from patrolling the streets. An improperly trained or untrained officer can be a huge detriment to the school and the cause of lawsuits against a district. I know that from personal experience where I taught. Thus, the board needs to know what kind of training is involved, if any, before any funding for any SRO is approved. I thank you for showing me the respect as a speaker that our guest speakers today were unable to show Mr. Rivales. Thank you.
Would we like to have Sheriff Lamb address training that resource officers would have?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, I'm not sure if there's any specific training Mr. Reck is referring to. Our deputies go through an extensive amount of training in all different areas to include how to deal with children, schools, school safety, active shooters. These are all issues that our guys are well trained on, and we consistently advocate for our school resource officers to obtain as much training as possible. We allocate several dollars for budgets for that, and we also encourage them, the schools, to send them to whatever trainings they deem necessary as well. So I agree with Mr. Reck in the sense that we definitely need trained officers, and I would also say that we do have those trained officers and consistently work hard to train them.
Could it be a matter of personality? I mean, some people like kids, some don't. Some people, if they don't want to be there, and I've know, you know, when in the city we had and I had kids that went through school, and it makes a big difference if you have a friendly, listening resource officer that wants to be there.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Supervisors, that's correct. I will just tell you, this isn't, when we put it out, we typically will get one or two deputies that will apply for these positions, and we're working on incentivizing and giving them reasons to do it. So the ones that do it, they want to do it because they want to make a difference in these kids' lives, and you know, sometimes they're not the best for it, and we've made those changes so that we do get the right deputies in there. So yes, we agree. We think that these should be people that actively want to help these young adults, well, young children, moving towards adulthood, to be the best they can be. And obviously, having a good school resource officer is going to make a positive or a negative impact. And what we've seen thus far is we've had very good school resource officers that have been making positive impacts in these kids' lives.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the there's training for school resource officers. It's a few $100, but the question is that something we would have to add the 500 or 1,000 here, or pass as is and get it and leave it up to the school? Does anybody know?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, I don't believe that we would need any extra. We have a budget for training. We would be more than happy to use that budget. And I know the school has some budgets for training. Schools oftentimes send our deputies to trainings and they cover the costs. And I would imagine the school does have a budget for that. We're perfectly fine using our budget for training our school resource officers. As it relates to particularly the AG, I know we're not talking about AG here other than making sure we get the right people in there. I don't know if there's any questions as it relates to AG in particular.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this agenda item is the extension or renewal of a contract that's already in place.
Correct.
So we've already been providing this resource officer already, and to your knowledge, have we had any issues?
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, well, we're moving people around, and recently we did have a move there, and we're working on filling that position. So I wouldn't consider it an issue. It's constantly moving school resource officers around, making sure that they have a different look and the kids get a chance to meet different deputies and getting people to apply for that position. So we've had success thus far all along. It's been one of the consistent places we've had a school resource officer. And you know, going back to Mr. Reck, if we want to talk about what trainings we do, that's a different agenda item in my opinion. I think, you know, for AG, we're talking about Salmon Well in particular, and we're talking about whether this IGA is being approved.
Well, I certainly see the positives of having resource officers at the school, just in general, all the way around, because they need to have the respect for each other, and I think that's the way to do it. I think it's one of the better ways to do it. So I certainly am in support of keeping this contract extended. If there's other training that can be done in the future, or we can research some of that, I'd suggest that the sheriff's office look into it.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman and supervisors, if I might just add, this is a unique one. This one is actually from back in Supervisor Rio's day. He went through the board, allocated a school resource officer position that goes through the Board of Supervisors that we, the sheriff's office, fill. So this is the only school resource officer position that we have, which is why we're in front of the board discussing this particular position. So this is a position that comes through you to us that we provide the services for to the school.
Okay. That's a good explanation.
Mr. Miller, or Mr. Goodman.
I don't mind being called Miller. I'm glad you identified that because, and thank you, Mr. Chair, because we provide several other resource officers, and I have a pretty good relationship with our two school districts in my area. And they're always requesting resource officers, and they've even gone out and procured some of their own funding for that through grants or whatever the case may be. And so I've had tremendous positive input by those district superintendents in what they've said about what we've done so far. So I appreciate what you're doing and the efforts that you've done bringing in officers into these communities. With Miller, I think that, you talk about preventative. There's bad teachers too. And so that's where a part of this whole scenario, there needs to be proper training across the board in all of these aspects. But I think that's a big key for everything when you're dealing with our youth, is the proper training all across the board.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Goodman, I couldn't concur more. Look, there's nobody that's more cognizant of the liability and the potential harm to the sheriff's office having the wrong person in there than me. I mean, obviously, I would be the one that would take the heat for that. And so we are very cognizant of training, making sure that we have the right people in place. And to your point, the Florence School District has done an excellent job going out, securing funds. We're doing the best we can to keep up. And I want to thank you, the board. I want to thank Budget, Angie Woods, and everybody that's been involved in helping us get more positions available so that we can fill those positions that the schools have been able to successfully secure the funding for. So we're working hard to meet all those needs without pulling away from any other resources within the sheriff's office, and we look forward to getting into as many schools as we can. I think it's a extremely important part of protecting our children, which I think is probably of utmost importance and oftentimes goes a little bit overlooked. The value of having a school resource officer in our schools has been proven time and time again. So I'm grateful that we're moving towards that direction, getting school resources back in the officers back in the schools.
And further clarification, since taxpayers pay for these officers, what do they do over spring break, over summer break? They go back onto a regular beat. How do you use them then when school's not in session?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor, I'm sure they'd probably like to sit at home and kick a rack around the pool, but we put them to work. They have to help cover beats and do other things while school's not in session, but there's still a lot of things that go on in the schools during the summer that they participate in as well. So it's not as cut and dry as like, hey, as soon as school's out, they're out of, they no longer have responsibilities. There's a lot of responsibilities. They're working hard to make sure the schools are secured. They're dealing in summer programs, our cadet programs. There are a lot of different things that they do to include helping patrol and assist in that area as well.
Okay, if no other questions or comments, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item AG as presented.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So we're going to try to go rapid fire through some other board meetings here. I'm going to convene the regular meeting and go into flood control. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the flood control consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Out of flood control into library. Is there a motion on consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number A on the consent item as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Out of flood control and into public health. And there is a consent agenda as well. We talked about pulling one, but we are going to not pull it. So is there a motion on public health consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agendas A through F for the Public Health Services District.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have that. And we'll go back to our regular meeting. So we're going to try to get as much done as we can because people have come out of their way. We do have some executive sessions where we have counsel that has a window, and those outside counsel are expensive. We want to try to not. So let's keep going then where we are. We're now back to 11's over, 12. Public hearing on appeal of ZO-08-18-015. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Johnson, County Attorney's Office. On the line is the applicant's attorney, Omar Abdullah. This case has been sitting with the board since September of 2022, and there's been a lot going on with planning and zoning and getting it to the correct person. So the planner that it was currently with prior to this has since left the county, and it has now been reassigned to a new planner. They are going to be meeting with the county, hopefully either this week or next. So we are, both parties, asking for another continuance to try to get this resolved without sending it through litigation. I would suggest 90 days and ask the board for 90 days of a continuance. I don't know what Mr. Abdullah feels is appropriate. I think he might think it's longer, but I would like to kind of start shortening these continuances so that we can move this case along, so to speak, and instead of letting it sit for 6 months and then nothing happens. So I think 90 days is most appropriate, and that would be my request before the board today.
And Chairman, if I may, just for the record, if I can announce that special counsel is also on the line as well.
Okay. So are there any questions or discussion on this, or do we want to just go right to continue?
90 days is November 1?
November 1st.
First, yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue item number 12 to the November 1st, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move for a 5-minute recess. Can we do that?
Legislative or real time?
We will recess for 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
7.
Yes.
Mishka, I need my own trash can. How come you guys don't have? Request to revisit the health department. So we're going to go into the health department and ask for, Mr. Kavanaugh, would you explain what you'd like to do?
So I'd like to reconsider item F on the Health Department agenda and I'm sorry?
Continue.
Continue. That until the 16th? Is that the date is what I'm trying to figure out? Yeah.
That is correct, August 16th.
If no one sees a problem with that, can I have a motion on that?
And this motion is going to be to reconsider first, and then we'll take the motion
Okay,
on
so
the
first
actual
my motion is
continuance.
to reconsider.
So a motion to reconsider.
And this is the one, there's a coffee bean shop down in Oracle.
Yes?
Did anybody make a motion?
No.
So my motion, first I have a motion to reconsider, just to open the item.
Yeah.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we're now reconsidering and then another motion.
So this motion would be to hear this on the 16th.
Continue it to the
Continue to the 16th
Okay.
of this month.
Is there a second?
Out of curiosity, to what point and how long has this been going on?
Well, I haven't looked up the facts of the case. The lady was, there's a delay it's a 3-minute delay, the person watching.
Understand.
And so there may have been some miscommunication where the person couldn't get on. And so, in fairness, I said I would delay it 2 weeks. To our next, we can either do it at the board's pleasure, make next week a special session and hear it next week, or the regular session in 2 weeks.
16th. Do you think they'll attend?
Why did they not attend this time?
I don't know the details.
But to that point, so I mean, I know where this is, but how long has this been occurring? I mean, how long has this been in motion, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor McClure, and I believe, looking for her right now, and is she here?
Who's she?
Oh, she was here a while ago.
She was here, yeah, she was here just a little bit earlier. She probably just left when she learned that you approved it, consent agenda. I believe this matter has been going on for several months. This matter did go to a hearing officer, and there are findings of fact and conclusions of law that were issued, I want to say 30 days ago, maybe. This has just been going through the normal process where now it's up to you to allow us to take the next action. So I can't tell you when exactly it started, but it's been several months. I do know that.
Would the county be harmed in any way by waiting a week or two?
Arguably, no. But I can't make that call for you because the issue is a health and safety concern is what it is. Is the safety of the public? Possibly. But we don't know.
And does the next step put them out of business, or is it something they can come back for and still rectify?
The next step would be to authorize the county attorney's office to enforce that hearing officer's report, which is a cease and desist, which we would then go to court and ask for an injunction for them to stop. At that point in time, they have the ability to appear in court, to be heard, and so forth, and go and present any arguments they have at that time why it's inappropriate for that action to take place.
And the cease and desist is for food handling, because serving coffee is their thing.
Well, there's no. My understanding from reading the hearing officer's findings of fact, there's been no permit issued. They have never applied for a permit to issue food and so forth. And it's not just coffee, there's other pastries and there's a menu and stuff of that night. So they've never gone through that process to even receive a permit. So I don't believe the health inspector has even been allowed to go in and conduct an inspection as to food handling and so forth.
And that would be a safety issue for the public.
I take it you've never eaten there.
No. I drive by it.
And that's why I can't opine whether it's a health and safety issue or not. I don't know if we've ever been in there to actually conduct an inspection.
Mr. Chairman, I have no greater knowledge of the place than that. I've never been there. I don't know what's going on. We just got word that they asked for a continuance through Josh, who used to live in the area.
Okay, so ask for a motion whether or not to continue this or not.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess the first motion I'll make is to my fellow board members, shall we approve a continuation for 1 or 2 weeks? If so, then we'll move on to the time. So my motion is to continue this item.
And if this motion does not get a second, then
It fails for lack of second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So the motion
Sounds like it was 3-2.
So then the discussion then would be the date. The regular meeting is on the 16th. So I'd move that the item be heard now on the 16th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back into our regular session, and we are trying to get as many done because we know people have taken their time off to come here. So item number 13, discussion approval, disapproval of liquor license for a microbrewery. Brent Billingsley.
Nope.
There we go. Sorry. Chairman Surdy, members of the board, I didn't know if the applicant was going to be here first. That's why I paused to come up. Paula Mullinex, I'm the code compliance manager for Pinal County. Part of what I do is when we get liquor licenses that come to the county, we do recommendations from the different divisions. I review the zoning recommendation. I put that together and then present it to Brent Billingsley, who's the director. And if there's a problem with it, as in the person comes and they want to get, in this case, is an in-state, what do they call it, microbrewery. And if I see a problem with that, then we may deny and not recommend this. This particular, where they want to put this microbrewery is in Oracle, and it's in an office retail space. And part of it, if you would look at the types of the breweries that the types of the liquor license that comes from the state, this is more as a manufacturing than it is a retail sales. So since that office section has never had that type of use, what I do is as soon as it comes in and we're supposed to post it, I call the applicant agent and try and talk to them to say, you need to get with us, and in this case, you need to start site plan review because this has never been in there, because they're going to be putting brewing vats in there, they're going to be putting refrigerators in there, and also a big part of it is they wanted to add about a 300-square-foot patio into the parking area. Well, this has only been an office space. So I suggested to them that said you need to come in and start the site plan review process. Now, if they start that process and apply for it and get it going, normally we will talk to them and say, if you get so far, we'll give you a positive recommendation. Because we've had businesses like Circle K and whatnot that have decided they haven't put their actual building up yet, but we know it's coming, and they've gone through all their planning processes for it. So that's why that we have said we were not going to do a positive recommendation on this one.
So this vote would not be for the plan. It would be for the liquor license approval.
Correct. This is only for the liquor license from
Chris
the
Keller,
state.
could you explain that this board does not have the authority to approve or disapprove liquor licenses? We only recommend.
That is absolutely correct, and Natasha has stated that on numerous occasions. We just recommend and pass our recommendation on to the state.
Okay. Any questions or discussion?
Just quick, so, Ms. Mullenix, real quick. So it's going to be for the manufacture of beer, right? And
Yeah, it's a microbrewery. The type, if you would like, I do have from the state what they classify this type, and I'd be happy to read that to you if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. In-state microbrewery Series 3 may produce less than 6,200,000 gallons of beer annually for all microbreweries under common ownership, may sell and ship beer produced on-site to Arizona licensed wholesalers, may self-distribute not more than 93,000 gallons of beer produced on premises to other retail licensees annually. Any microbrewery producing more than 1,240,000 gallons may not apply for a retail license for remote locations or distribute beer directly to the retail licensees. Authorized to sell beer produced by other microbreweries for on-site consumption only may hold a combined total of 7 retail licenses in Arizona if those licenses are issued only as a bar, beer, and wine bar or restaurant license, may sell unlimited amount of beer produced on the premise for on-site consumption and to go in the original sealed container for customers who are physically present at the brewery. And I know that's a lot, but
that was a lot. Yeah.
That's a lot,
6
yeah.
million gallons of beer is a bunch. And it's not a very large building. I mean,
No, it is
there's not a lot of room, and the parking would be an issue. I can see that.
Mr. Miller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because this person is applying for a liquor license.
correct.
So I don't understand why we would make a motion of disapproval. I mean, if he gets the license, then he will go forward with plans and he'll spend the money. I mean, and we're not going to be the ones to decide whether he gets the license. It's the state's going to decide whether he gets the license. If he gets the license, then he can come forward he can hire an architect, he can hire an engineer, he can start spending money right hand over fist to design his microbrewery. But until he gets the license, I wouldn't spend 10 cents on documents. I mean, so I don't want to disapprove I don't want to send a disapproval. I want him to build a microbrewery. And he won't if he doesn't get the license.
And
Am I right?
To that point, then, I mean, he gets a license. Is the license to a particular address, or could he then move at that point, say, this building's not going to work, I could go to another space?
And he could.
So that's really the issue, right?
Right. He can take the license and go anywhere. I mean, but let's see if he can get a license first.
Any more questions or discussion? Then I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to send a recommendation to approve.
I'd second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And it's unanimous. Let him brew. Okay, as I warned before, we have outside counsel standing by. The next issue is very serious. A lot of people have taken time off, and we don't want to rush through this. So I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session, get these things out of the way. Then when we come back, we can leisurely make sure that we do item number 14 justice.
Mr. Chairman, and for the public, we can go in executive session on item number 18 because that is the only one that has outside counsel involvement on, and then you could come back, and we can always go into on the other one, on number 19, after you finish your regular agenda.
So, yeah, let's do it as soon as possible because these folks have been waiting all day. Okay, so I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session with respect to item number 18.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we're in executive session. On item number 14, public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of ordinance number 2023 PZ 03822. Gilbert.
Chair, Vice Chair, board members, good afternoon. Gilbert again. I'll be giving the presentation on this next case.
Yes.
Okay. Board members, this case is the Palos Verdes rezone application for you. As you mentioned, PZ 03822. So the proposal for this case, it's a rezone request for almost 160 acres from General Road to MHP 435, manufactured home zoning district. So it's 4 miles west of North Highway 347 Road and north of the west of Alvista Road in Maricopa, or near the Maricopa area. Owner applicant is Neil Investors, repeated a few times, and then we have Sun Communities essentially is the main component of this case. We have Rose Law Group, Jordan Rose as the agent that is representing the case and here today to speak. This is a map, gives you perspective of where it's at. As mentioned earlier, it is just south of Maricopa City. And the red star represents the area in question. This red box gives you a better look to where it's at. Keep in mind for future reference that all that blue that's around it, that's all suburban ranch, 3.3 acre lots that essentially almost wrap around the entire thing, or the area. Comprehensive plan has this as a moderate low density residential. So what would fit here would be not to exceed 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and that's per the policy of our comprehensive plan. Aerial image, it's essentially just vacant land with nothing on it as now. I believe it was used for farming. So people said all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Melons were grown there. And once again, if you look around it, you can see all the existing 3.3 acre homes that wrap around the property. Zoning, it's I believe currently the property is GR, as mentioned, and for the rezone, it would rezone it to the MHP 435 zoning district. So this is the development plan of what they'd like to do in regards to this property. As you can see, the whole 160 acres is going to be developed with amenities. You can see the circulation routes on there, 3 points of ingress, egress, a central located amenity park, small parks around it. There is an existing, I should say the wastewater facility is to the north, and another facility right next to it in the corner there. They are planning to have at least 25% open space. Their lots will be built in 2 phases. They're 6,050 square feet per lot. The drainage is slopes from north to east and to the southwest, and it's going to be handled by the retention basins and landscaping tracks. And a TI will be triggered, a traffic impact analysis will be triggered. I believe it's not done yet, but it's almost there. So as I said, what they're proposing is 3.4, and their lot sizes are not to exceed 6,050 square feet. Now, to give you some perspective on the site as we go forward, this project has been to our P&Z twice. Originally, there was a discrepancy on the information that was provided, not just by the applicant, but also by staff. And we went to a P&Z it was the P&Z had voted unanimously against the project. At the time, we were under the impression that it was 7,000 square feet zone properties going to 6,000. And at the time, staff had recommended no recommendation because they wanted to go to a manufactured home type of structure. And we weren't going to get into the idea or the process of which is better, a conventional construction or the other. So we had no recommendation, but the P&Z voted against it. It was unanimous. We went back to the P&Z with the correct information here recently. We do know now that the property is zone GR, which is an acre and a quarter lot. And now they still want to go to a 6,000 square foot lot. So to go from 1 acre and a quarter to 6,000 square feet is quite a change, quite a drastic change in staff's opinion. At this level now, staff is recommending denial. One of the things that staff looks at when we work on these projects is not just the comprehensive plan. That is part of what we use when we go forward. If this was just a step from a GR 1 acre and a quarter lot to an acre lot, 3/4 of an acre lot, then I believe that I'd be up here wanting to approve the project and recommend approval to our board. However, that isn't what's going on here. It's acre and a quarter down to 6,000 square feet, which to us creates a huge impact. It's almost 4 times the amount of cars, the traffic. It's a huge impact to the area and those that live around it. This is a map, or I should say an image of the site. I will open up Google Maps here soon to show you more perspectives of the area, but here's one to the south. As you can see, it's rural in nature. The entire area is east of the site, and here's a picture to the west of the existing neighbors. As I said, our comp plan limits it to 3.5, and they will meet that density, but this is a for rent product. So people will buy the lot, they'll buy the home to put on the lot, and they'll rent the lot. So they won't own the property. A concern that came up from different meetings is that there's concern that when it's a for rent product, you can't use the area for comps when you sell your house. It's definitely a concern.
Say that again.
Would you?
For what?
When it's a for rent product, you can't use those homes for comps when you sell your house. So that was a concern because of how big this property is.
Comps, okay.
Sorry.
A for rent project. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. Sorry. I'll speak slower. That was a concern. Water was a concern. They did provide, I believe, a will serve letter from Global, so the water is there. And as mentioned in other meetings, that this is essentially future progress going forward, but staff thinks this is too drastic of a change in regards to that. We talked about the density. I'm not going to bore you on that. Once again, they have 3 ways in, 3 ways out, which is great. But we expect, over 1,000 plus cars expected. This is another great image right here. You can see everybody around it, except to the south, is 3.3 acre lots. And they're proposing these smaller homes on 6,000 square foot, which is as I said, quite a change in regards to lot size. So zoning, we talked about that. They want to go from, the SR to, surrounding is SR, but they want to go from GR to the manufactured home park. Now, keep in mind, if there was other mobile home parks that were next to this, wouldn't be having this discussion. I think I'd change our recommendation, but it's not. There's not one near it. And this just goes over more items for consideration in regards to the items, the concerns that staff has seen. Now, this is a manufactured home park that's going to provide amenities similar to what you see in subdivisions within Pinal County, but once again, it's for rent product, a little different. We have had, I believe, 2 neighborhood meetings. Actually, I believe it's more than that. We have over 200 letters of protest. We gave you those. We have new packets that were, I believe, distributed earlier. It's good reading. We have gone through the process to put together there's a statute that's triggered if, I believe it's 20% of the people that are impacted around the site come out. We documented it. We had our attorney review it. And he concluded that As this goes forward, it's going to trigger a supermajority vote because that many people, and I have the map and I'll show you here soon in regards to how that works. But we look at two things, the property owners and the area that's included, and both of them trigger the 20%. Now, I believe in regards to the property owners, we have over 40% of the property owners that are against this project that are within the 300 feet that would trigger that supermajority vote. Here are some other concerns. Some of the items that were brought up, as you said, told you, was water concerns, fire services in the area, and the compatibility. That's the big one that people kept bringing up is this compatible to what's out there? So, as I said, from the last, I want to say last week, since last week as well, we've been getting, because this was, our information came out on Friday. So since then, we've received, I'd say easily another 40, 50 letters. They just keep coming in. Some of them are duplicates, but some are not. We do recommend denial. As I said, P&Z has recommended denial. Both times I went to them. This is the map we talked about earlier. This is we did our research. We had one of our attorneys review it. Okay it, and it looks at property owners within a 300-foot circle. You can see a little blue line that goes around those red boxes. That's everybody within 300 feet. Now, 600 feet is the area that's required by statute for a public hearing, but 300 is for the statute that would trigger the supermajority. And based off this map, we've met that requirement. We provided this information and the spreadsheet that shows the owners to the applicant, Rose Law. We gave it to them on Monday. And we would have given them more time, but there was a push from the applicant to double book these cases to get it to you as soon as possible, just because of the delay. So, if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. I would like now to show you the perspectives on the Google Maps. Bear with me. I think I can use this, but I'm not sure. All right, not touching nothing. I'm not in charge.
Going to zoom in is what you're doing.
There it is. Thank you. So I believe the area with the Google Maps is right here.
Can you zoom in around it?
Yes, sir. I can even give you a better perspective this way. So this is one of the corners of and this is the area where the project would go. But
who's the water there?
Global?
Global is? Okay.
Yes.
That water tank is irrigation. That big tank, that big water tank is the irrigation tank?
Yeah, we have irrigation and domestic water. That tank is irrigation.
Who's saying that?
Somebody from the audience.
So we appreciate your comments, but we'll have an opportunity at the public hearing. Yep, fair enough. Thank you. There it is.
Irrigation tank?
Doesn't look like it to me.
So yeah, this just shows you the homes that are around this project. Like I said, I'd say a good majority of these folks came out. Both times we met at the auction casino event center for the neighborhood meeting, and they voiced their opinion.
Are any of them manufactured homes?
I do not know that, to be honest with you. And I'm not going to guess either. But if you like I can click on the little golden guy here, and I could put them wherever you want. If you want a different perspective, just let me know.
Supervisor Miller, even if they're manufactured homes, they own the lot.
Yes, sir.
So that changes that perspective.
But one of the letters said that people live in manufactured homes are louder or make more noise.
Well, they might be. They got a lot of room around them there.
I pay a property tax every year, so technically I'm renting my place too. So,
in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
So, as part of the report you got, our traffic engineering team has provided the requirements if this goes forward. We put stipulations in place if it goes forward. But as I said earlier, and part of those requirements would be to do half road improvements, or half street improvements, right-of-way dedication, just your typical items like that with any subdivision. But we put them in there just in case the project is approved. But as I said earlier, staff is recommending denial in this case. And to us, as I said earlier, a lot of times the public has a lot of weight on staff. If it's 10 people or less, it's one thing, but it's almost 200 people that have reached out.
Can I ask a quick question, Gilbert?
Yes, sir.
Who brought up the comps? Who is concerned that you can't use comps?
So some of the people at the meetings were talking about that.
The residents in and around the area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That they were worried because it was the argument about property values, and I wasn't going to get into that. But the statement that was made more than once, and also by a realtor, a couple of them was that they wouldn't be able to use those lots as comps to get a value on the homes that they're going to sell the lots, and that was a concern to them.
But there's plenty.
Correct. But
places
I think
to get comps.
Absolutely. But I think this is a large chunk. 160 acres is a large chunk. As I said earlier, acre lots, half-acre lots, that's when, with commercial construction homes, that's different.
Half-acre lots, you can't do septics?
Mr. Chair.
Correct. I think it needs to be an acre or more. But
quarter.
I think Global Water is providing the water and sewer, sir.
I understand.
So you would have to do a septic.
But, okay.
Mr. Chairman. In all these letters, and I've read most of them, not this morning, but over the period of time, and they talk about lifestyle and traffic and all that. Yes, I get all that. The one that really stuck out to me, though, is the one that this gentleman wrote. This is in accordance with Pinal County Strategic Plan, Section 3.1.2.1, encourage the protection and preservation of existing rural land uses and rural character. And I think that's what this is really about. And that's in our comp plan.
So, but with that, our entire area was rural at one time. And let's just take some of the parts of Santan Valley. That was all farmland at one time and rural in nature. And all that subdivisions and everything else were built. I'm a native Arizonan, and I noticed what happened out in the Apache Junction area and these type of projects that have taken place out there. And to me, in the Apache Junction area, it's done nothing but help increase the value of a lot of things in that nature, even to where people have moved here for a short period of time in those type of subdivisions and then end up buying and becoming permanent residents. And I know that for a fact because I have family members that have done that in that type of environment.
Sure, and there's a lot of people that want to live in postage stamp lots. I get that, but this is a rural area that I think it should stay as a rural area. We've got to have something that's that way.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Okay.
At all. I'm just for the sake of argument here, is that I've seen a lot of areas in my lifetime that have actually turned into and actually have increased values in properties because of certain subdivisions like this one. And I'm identifying Apache Junction as one of those locations. It's probably the largest area that holds these type of units is in AJ, in Gold Canyon, near Gold Canyon in that area. So I know one thing, when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at it from the perspective of, I know the questions about water. I want to make sure that the water supply is there. One thing that I really want to look at is the traffic, and I'm hoping we have somebody from Public Works here that can help address and talk. Okay, good. I see Chris back there.
Chris is here.
And so on and so forth. And so, there's still some things I need to have discussed as we move forward in this.
And I agree with you, sir. The roads can't handle this type of traffic, but I think we do it backwards. Because we've talked about where development comes and they do this little piece of the road, but that only is this little piece of the road. We need to have roads that, if this had the 6-lane thoroughfare that's been talked about in previous discussions coming through, and another one east-west, one north-south, that'd be great. I wouldn't have a real problem with it. But the fact that you have this and those roads are quite a ways in the offing. You know, you're not going to have them next year or 2 years or 5 years.
So,
And I think it puts a big strain on all this whole area, and I think that's not fair.
And so that brings up a good question that I have when it comes to the assessments that are done on these properties when they're sold, because these are rentals. How is there an assessment on infrastructure like the roads and infrastructure? Like when a home is sold, there is an impact fee that is charged on that particular home site that goes into the kitty for a lot of the roads that they're going to be for the future that needs to be addressed and handled with this type of population. How does that work in this particular scenario? I don't understand that.
So in regards to impact fees, I'm not 100% sure, so I would not be able to answer that, but I could find out for you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think my issue is this general plan, because this general plan does imply that this site could be 3.4 units to the acre. I mean, this thing has gotten us in trouble numerous times. Every one of those red dots is a power center, I understand. So that's going to be a shopping center there next to you. Even though there's nothing out there right now, we've decided, and I say we in general, the general plan has said, okay, this is where we think a shopping center should be. We think this is where it really sends the wrong message. I mean, this thing needs to be corrected. If, in fact, this is not compatible, because these 3 1/3 acre lots have been there for a couple of decades now. It isn't like they just cropped up yesterday. You know, they've been there for a while. But we've sent out this to developers and investors and people that are out here purchasing land with the idea that I can put multi-lots on it. And the desires of my neighbors can determine what I'm going to do with my property. My property right has been molded differently than what I thought. Another issue with this particular project is this has been in the works for 17 months. I can't even imagine. And how many plans, and I mean, we all know that they all had to go back to square one.
Yes, sir.
Because it's just been totally mishandled. But anyway, there's some struggles here. And I think that this document here needs to be modified and modified immensely, because it's just because it says you can do it, it's obviously you're not going to be able to without a whole lot of heartburn. And that's what I'm observing. So anyway, I'll let it go with that right now.
And going off of that thank you, Mr. Chair. The comprehensive plan that you're talking about, the Supervisor Miller is talking about, that had to go before the public, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that was voted on, I believe, by the board.
Well,
But there was a public input on all
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
right?
yes. So there was public input. In
Okay,
regards
so how old was that document right there? So when was the last time we did that? We updated.
So I believe it was 4 years ago when it got re-updated. Prior to that, it was 10 years. So 14 years ago, the original plan came to us, which is what you're saying.
So in the last 4 years, we've updated that, and we still haven't made any switches around on it or anything like that.
Yeah,
and it's the opportunity for the public to participate in that scenario was at that time as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But part of the reason why it was so much focus on the Santan Valley Area Plan, which in itself is a city, as we all know, is in regards to the size, that was a 3-year process. So, and that was a great process. It produced a wonderful document that we use today. But when it comes to the counties, their sizes are so massive that it's in regards to staff, it's very difficult to narrow in on every area with this potential level of detail. It's much easier in cities and towns because they're so much smaller. So that's typically why this happens. We've had this come up again in the Queen Creek area and here in the county, where arguments over stuff like that. And it's, once again, the detail, we're just not able to put a magnifying glass over every property like we should. But it's so it's 5,600 square miles. It's so massive that this is why we hired a team and spent a tremendous amount to get us an updated document 20 or 14 years ago. So we understand that there's discrepancies for sure, and I totally understand where you're coming from. But as I said before, typically we look at the volume of public interaction, and that's what triggers concern on staff's part in regards to stuff like this. I'd hate to say that, a staff member could just make the decision on their own. They don't. We used several different tools, including the public interaction, and the steady income of letters of protest has not stopped.
No, I understand that, but again, back to Supervisor Miller's point, is we updated this 4 years ago, and the public had an opportunity to weigh in on that, and I quite honestly, I don't remember what kind of weigh-in was on any of that. I mean, did we go in that specifically area and do a public meeting in that area? Did we ever do that?
No.
We don't do any of that?
We have public hearings, yes. We have public interactions, yes.
But we don't go in those communities.
I don't believe. I believe they did a kind of a roadshow where they went to different areas, but I don't believe. Now, I have to. Steve Abraham was the manager back then. I'd have to talk to him directly and get you answers.
Yeah, would you? I'd like to know.
We did go through the requirements to update it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, and I guarantee you, we did have some kind of public outreach. I mean, I don't know at what level, and I can tell you, though, people have a lot more higher priority things to do than go to a meeting and look at a bunch of maps that mean very little. I mean, it's difficult to get people to participate in that. We even have a commission that helps us go through this process as well. So another layer of eyes looking at these things going forward. The general plan needs to be a lot less specific. I mean, it's just too much. It's bitten us now. Well, this is about the fourth thing that's come down in the last year that didn't even come close to what somebody wanted to do on a piece of property. In this case, this one is really being challenged by the surrounding area. And again, it goes back to investment dollars. I think some of the letters to me, I don't want to use the word offensive, but I thought it was kind of funny. These are city folk that are moving in. Well, you don't know if they're city folk moving in. It might be a retired farmer that's going to move in there. He's sold his farm. He just needs to downsize. The idea that they're going to be louder, or they're going to make more noise, or there's some other kind of social issue to people that live in mobile home parks. There's a number of them within the city of Casa Grande that they're probably one of the better communities to live in. There's less problems there. There's people take care of their pride. They have less area to have to maintain. I mean, that's people are getting older, and it's kind of a downsized kind of thing. And but there's still like the outdoors and the rural area. I don't think they're going to go in there and trash the area. I think they'll take care of their properties. I mean, it's an investment. So I don't think these types of facilities have ever decreased the value of the surrounding area. I've asked that. Nobody's ever to bring me hard facts or dollars and cents where they showed that a facility like this built brought the values of other homes down. It probably stabilizes it. As far as the water, I can tell you Global Water would not issue a will serve letter unless they could serve the water. I think getting people off of septics is a good thing. We are really bumping up against some water quality issues with the amount of septics and systems that we have out there. That's why I've pushed for regional development of sewer facilities throughout, because I think that water quality is a very, very important thing, and septic tanks and dry wells and those types of things don't help the matter. So there's positives that can come from a project like this, but I don't know. It's amazing how somebody else's dislike of something impedes on the property rights of another person.
Are we ready for the applicant's point of view?
Well, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yes.
So earlier, sir, you mentioned that there was discrepancies from the applicant and discrepancies from the county. Could you just touch on those briefly?
So, yes, in regards to that, we had so the application came in, and typically we have an application process where the applicant's supposed to give us information that verifies the zoning, and then the staff takes it in. So there was a few steps that were missed. The information wasn't given to us. The staff did not verify it 100%. Had they followed the application to a T, it would have been there. Staff would have caught it, would have moved forward. But because of that, we were under the impression that the lot sizes were CR3, which is a 7,000 square foot lot. And at the time, like I said, we didn't have a recommendation, yea or nay, on this, because 6,000 to 7,000 to us isn't an impact, especially if it's already zoned CR3. So as we move forward down the line, it did go to the board, it did go to the P&Z Commission, but the case was withdrawn. And so when I realized that, we went ahead and pulled the case back.
What date was that? The 2009? No.
When it was withdrawn?
Right.
I don't have that information in front of me. I want to say it was a while back.
There's a 2009 where it was brought to the board, the supervisors, and that was, I'm sorry, there was I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm reading small print without my glasses. So there was a motion to withdraw in 2009, but then, by mistake, the motion that was published was the motion to approve. So the county flipped it. And that probably carried through our comp plan over the years. Is that right?
Yes, and the other issue that we're addressing now is that our GIS layer had it.
Here comes Brent. I was just going to say, our checks the GIS
Yeah.
layer, and the GIS layer reflected it.
Yes, our GIS layer reflected that it was approved, which is why staff didn't, double check that and saw that was CR3 on the map, so made sense. So by verifying that, because we were asking for the ordinance, that's when it triggered. There's no ordinance. It never made it to the board. So that's how that happened. It was a mistake on both sides, but we, by law, needed to bring it back, start over. That's what we did.
And sir, do you know when the roads, the 6-lane that Supervisor McClure referred to, when is that going to be built? Where is that at?
So I have details, but I would let Chris Wanamaker answer that in more detail, if he doesn't mind.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow board members. Chris Wanamaker, County Engineer. Supervisor Kavanaugh, to your question, if you're referring to Ralston Road as a 6-lane or 7-lane parkway and Val Vista Road as a future major arterial with 6 lanes, that has been in the plan since at least 2008. That was part of the county's RISRAM plan. We call it the Regionally Significant Routes for Safety and Mobility. And it was actually shown that way in the 2020 update. Now, there are no actual plans right now to construct those roads or make those improvements. There's no funding. It's still long range. Now, we still need a plan for these types of facilities because should the development come, we're going to need that right-of-way, and we're going to need to have the ability to make these facilities. One important thing to note is Val Vista Road is an important east-west corridor because it will eventually connect to the future Interstate 11, which is about a mile or so west of here. So, but as of right now, there's no funding and no construction plans or anything for these roads. This project will construct a portion of these future roads. Does that answer your question?
Chris, real quick, are there impact fees that would go into the transportation system from this area? I mean, I don't know how this type of a development, does it pay impact fees?
Yeah, I believe impact fees are assessed on a building permit. So each building permit, when they get that permit, they pay a impact fee. at that time. So regardless of the type of development, I'm fairly certain they would have to pay an impact fee.
There would be some type of an
Right.
impact fee
Yeah, and that would
associated
be
with that development.
Yes, and that would be above and beyond whatever this developer ends up constructing.
Right.
So they have their half-street improvements, then they have the improvements that are required as part of their traffic impact analysis, and then impact fees on top of that.
And that half-street development is the half of the 6 lane?
Yeah, that's the way it's stipulated in this.
In this?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
No. Are we ready for the builder's POV? Yes. Jordan Rose.
Thank you so much, Chair Surtee and members of the board. For your records, I'm Jordan Rose with Rose Law Group, and with me today is Casey Pennington from Atwell Hicks, the engineer, Paul Basha from Summit Land Management, the traffic engineer, and Jennifer Hall, the planner from my office, and then the owner's representative, Chad Gans from Sun Communities. And I just wanted to point out, Sun Communities has been in Pinal County and around the country for a very long time doing great things. They have over 400 communities of manufactured homes around the country. They also have a couple communities here in Pinal County that you probably have friends that live in. Pebble Creek, which is about twice the size of this, and people love Pebble Creek. Villago Village, Spanish Trails West, those are just among a few of the communities. And Sun Communities is one of the 2 largest manufactured home community developers in the country. They're publicly traded, and people seek those out. I wanted to clarify before I start my presentation. 17 months ago, we looked at the GIS maps. The GIS maps do not show this as a PAD. They show it as a zoning case. So we submitted a zoning case, which is what we're here today to do. But when we submitted it to staff always, I've been here in the county for almost 30 years, they always provide us with their files because we don't have access to everything. They came back a month later and said, here is a PAD that was approved. And we were like, well, I should say Jennifer in my office was like, oh, that's news to me. I see on the GIS, it's just a zoning case. But here's a PAD that's approved. So instead of your zoning case that you submitted, you need to submit a PAD amendment. And so 16 months ago, we started the PAD amendment, which for 12 months, the staff did not oppose, and we are doing the exact same proposal today. The only difference is we're not asking for any deviations from the zoning. Not one, not a single deviation. This is not a PAD. So I just wanted to make sure, and it's just confusing to me that all of a sudden there's staff consternation, and I love working with Pinal County staff, but it just was very confusing to see that is how this has occurred. So a couple statements that I wanted to clarify just quickly. This is not a for rent project. These are for sale projects. Okay, these are for sale homes. So just like manufactured homes a lot of the homes that are around this community are manufactured homes. A lot of the residents some of them live in mobile homes. These are not mobile homes. It was stated these were mobile homes. These are not mobile homes. These are owned manufactured homes. And in fact, this is really an interesting statistic. A normal single-family home, the life of your living in the single-family home is about 7.5 years. In Sun Communities, the span of their average resident is 14 years that they live in the home. Okay, and then the comps. These things appreciate. There's plenty of manufactured home communities around the county, and you can see the Pebble Creek is a great example. Those homes have appreciated. And why? Why do people live there for 14 years? Because they're so well managed and the amenities are such great amenities. So let me just go through this and tell you about, so Sun Communities looks around the county because they want to create another great project, right? Because they have a lot of demand in Pebble Creek and these other places. Palm Creek, I'm sorry. And so they look around the county and they go, where do we develop? And so first of all, They look at your RISRAM, which is your Regional Roads of Significance, which has been since 2008. And it's always shown this as the apex. Literally, look, our site is at the corner of Main and Main of two 6-lane parkways. Okay? And we are paying impact fees. In fact, the calculation is we'll pay $1.3 million in impact fees on these homes. Okay, so but we're at the Main and Main of the two 6-lane parkways. And it's not, and right now, and our traffic engineer can attest to this, as can Chris, there's no substandard road for what we're doing out there right now, and we're obligated to improve our roadways. So they look at that and they go, okay, that site is going to be populated. But then they look at the comp plan. Okay, the comp plan was voted on in every 10 years, you have to reapprove it. And so unless the people living around here were there more than 15 years ago, okay, then they have always lived. Look at how it pops out. I mean, this was deliberate. This wasn't a mistake. There's no mistake. That's deliberate. They popped that site out to be moderate low density, 3.5 units an acre. Yes, it's different than the low density around it. It is, you're right. But it was planned that way. So these guys, Sun Communities, is looking around for the perfect site, as any investor in Pinal County would. And they look at the comp plan that's not just been approved 4 years ago, but 15 or 14 years ago. So twice. And there was plenty of citizen comment. I mean, I was at some of you hire an outside consultant and you go to every district and you have little meetings. You have lots of meetings. So we were at some of those meetings. I'm sure some of these guys in the audience were also there. But in any case, nobody commented on changing this ever in either of those two times that I can remember. And I think staff would have found that if they had. But in any case, this was in there. And they counted on it because what else can you count on? So then the third thing, water and sewer, utility service. Okay, we have the roads and we've got the comp plan. Now we've got the service. And right now we know that in Pinal County and even in Maricopa County, there's very few pieces of property that are undeveloped that are in a service provider's territory, right? That legally have to serve you. So Global Utilities went out in 2008, and I was there, and some of you guys were there, the Corporation Commission, right?
Jordan, would you mind moving the microphone away from you just a little bit? I'm sorry. You're getting wound up.
I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for that. I feel like I'm talking to my children then because I'm always talking too loud. I apologize. But since 2008, the Corporation Commission has approved and is requiring them to serve this area. So it would not be on septic, it would not be on well sites, but this would be in a global utilities service area. And in the Planning Commission, when they rejected this, there was not one mention of water, but there was 133, by our count, mentions by the planning commissioners of water and how they didn't have water. And this was, I mean, I can quote some of these things of the planning commissioner saying that's a bunch of baloney, essentially. There's no water. And Global is here today to tell you that this is not a concern that should be discussed. So anyhow, when you're looking at investing in property in any place, you're going to look at water and you're going to look at the comp plan, you're going to look at the roads, and you go, okay, well, I can count on the community, proposing the things that they want there. So anyhow, a couple things just to note. Currently, there's some drainage issues off the site. This will improve those. And in addition to that, the 6-lane parkways. And then I did want to note, there were some comments from neighbors previously, like, oh, you're going to drive through the neighborhood, and that's just not, there's no reason that any commuter would drive through the neighborhood. Plus, the residents, because why would they? They're going to go on Ralston. And in addition, a lot of the residents in this community will be retirees, so they probably won't be driving away very much, and the amenities are so great. And our traffic engineer can certainly talk more about that, but I know that was a slight concern. neighborhood amenities, and I think some of you have probably visited their other sites, but they're really fantastic amenities with bocce ball and really creating a sense of community with the dog parks and the sports courts and the shaded play areas. And I'm going to show you what we've done. So the Sun Communities is stipulated and is going to build a multi-use trail along the outside of their community, along the perimeter, and that will be available as a public amenity, and Sun Communities will be paying to maintain that. So the Thunderbird Farm neighbors or other active neighbors can, use that as a path for dog walking or jogging or whatever. In addition, we've set the neighborhood back 100 feet on every side for neighbors, which is significant. And there'll certainly be a wall. But this has been planned for 14 years. There's been a strange set of circumstances that gets us here 17 months later. But I want to make sure that, that the residents who are here today, and we will hope to be able to work with into the future, understand these are quality homes. This isn't a mobile home park of some standard. It's not mobile home anything. It's manufactured housing that is really high quality. And let me just show you, the interiors are beautiful and a place that I think any of us would want to live.
Can you go back to the other picture?
Yes.
One more. So the one in the upper right, you're saying they all basically look like that? Because the one off to the left, the on the bottom, is definitely a mobile. You can see the panels even. I mean, look at the difference of the roof. Yeah, so, but it looks more like what you'd think of a mobile home if I'm seeing a part of it. So, but you're saying they're not like that. They are more of these manufactured prefabs.
They are all manufactured homes, and in fact, our zoning requires that they're manufactured. They are not mobile homes.
I know, but I'm asking.
If they're up or
on the down below, the one on the left.
Right, and the left, yeah.
That looks like, it doesn't look like the house in the center.
They're just not ground set, is all.
They're all
They're just,
ground set, aren't they?
well, they're set. They're set on
the left is
stands,
not
but they're
ground
not.
set.
But they're not set down in the ground. They don't dig a pit.
I don't know,
They
are
set
they
them.
ground set?
Chair and members of the board, the homeowner can determine which model they'd like, and they can be ground set or they can be set above.
Okay.
And
But most of them are
these options, like the garage
options.
or the carport?
Correct.
Those are all options.
Correct. And there's other options too. I just wanted to give you a sampling there. Yes. And certainly we'll take any stipulations if that's helpful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I would save my discussion for afterwards, the neighbors' comment, but I just would ask that this was not like a fluke. They didn't pick this as any sort of remote area or anything. This was an area that has been designated for 14 years and 15 years in global service territory, and I just don't know what you can count on if you can't count on all the multiple maps that Pinal County has put out. They want to be a great neighbor. They intend to be a great neighbor, and they've been great neighbors to other rural communities all across the country. So I'd take any questions now or after testimony, and thank you so much.
Chairman?
I think public, go ahead.
So I thought this was a rental community, and you're saying they own?
Correct. Yes, Chair and Supervisor Kavanaugh. Yeah, I'm not sure why that was stated, but these are homes that are owned by homeowners, and so they're just manufactured. The housing product is different than a stick-built house, but if you look around the area, we tried to do a survey, and probably 70, I don't want to say a percentage, but much of the surrounding community is also manufactured or mobile.
And I will certainly acknowledge that it's unfair to a person who buys a piece of land that looks at our comp plan and it's wrong. There is a disclaimer on there that says, look at your own risk. But Supervisor McClure said, is the ground rented underneath these then?
The ground is rented, yes.
So you
That's
buy
correct.
the house and rent the ground?
Chair, yes, that's correct. That's correct. But you pay your impact fees and you own your home.
This the same outfit that's putting in a community that's west of Coolidge? Because that's similar. No, okay.
There are
Chair,
others.
no, Chair and Supervisor Kavanaugh, I think what you're talking about is a rental community, a single-family for-rent community that's west of Coolidge, and this is not that. That is a straight-up rental. Nobody, the only ownership, yeah, that's straight-up rental. This is not that. So, and just to clarify, this was not wrong. The comp plan isn't shown as wrong. It's, as you know, this is shown as right. This is what the comp plan says. So it would have been hard for somebody to understand that it shouldn't be that, because there was never a vote that said it shouldn't be. Yeah.
And you mentioned the voters approved this. Did you say that? Is that accurate? When was there a vote for the comp plan by the voters?
The comp plan is voted on every 10 years by the Board of Supervisors. In 2000, 4 years ago, because you, and your lawyer can tell you this better than I can, but because the Board of Supervisors voted on it prior to the 10-year expiration, it did not need to go back to the voters.
Oh, okay.
So, but you did go, for 14 years it's been in this designation. And you did go to various communities with outreach. I'm aware of that only because I not on this project, but on others, I was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question for our planning and zoning department.
I have one for
If anyone else.
Jordan.
Okay, go ahead. So you want Gilbert back?
I want Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it have a homeowners association
Chair
associated with
and
it?
yes, and Supervisor Miller, yes, it has a very active homeowners association, and in fact, they organize, just like an active homeowners association. They have clubs and they have.
But that's to keep the facilities up.
Correct.
To keep the landscaping and all
yes,
that type of stuff.
and the homeowners pay a fee for that, just like you would in another gated community, that you or your friends may live in.
So, Mr. Chair, just real quick, not really, this is more of a comment, because you mentioned Palm Creek, and that's great, and it's in Casa Grande, but it's right by I-10 on, I don't know the street, Cottonwood, I think. And it's a nice community, but it's also in an area that can handle that amount of density, if you would, and has amenities around it, has stores, and has all this doesn't have any of that, and won't for years.
Chair and Vice Chair, I could have our traffic engineer come up and talk about, and this is only 160 acres, and the traffic counts that currently have not even been reached on the streets that are there today. So it's not substandard, although we'll be improving our street sections. And I don't know when Palm Creek first entered the market, how in the mix it was. I imagine that back then it was much more rural too, but I can't. Maybe you remember there was nothing there.
I've seen them, and I thought about buying a place there when I was not stuck. I'm sorry, bad choice. When my office was in Maricopa, I thought about buying somewhere like that where I could be closer to the office. But and your traffic counts you referred to, I think in homes. And Gilbert, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or Chris, you're out there someplace, I think, that you're like 9.5 trips a day. Is that what it is out of a home? Yes, that's what I'm seeing, yes. So, to say that there's, 541 homes and you're going to only have 1,000 trips in and out of there is a little unrealistic, I think.
Chair and Vice Chair, because I hate to talk about traffic engineering because I'm totally unqualified, is Paul Basha. Can you comment on that and just what the capacity is right now and what we're planning to add and if there's an imbalance?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. As Jordan said, my name is Paul Bash. I'm a traffic engineer with Summit Land Management, and we did prepare a traffic impact study. The county has reviewed it twice. They've not yet approved it. Their style is to wait until the project has been approved before they finalize and approve and accept the traffic study. The traffic volume in Pinal County that would require adding lanes to the streets that surround this project is 9,000 vehicles per day. That's how much traffic that must be there for the streets to be widened. The current traffic volumes, better said, the traffic volumes with this project are a maximum of 1,800 vehicles per day. Because the site is surrounded by 3 major streets, there are 3 separate accesses, so the traffic volume is dispersed on 3 of the adjacent streets, Thunderbird, Val Vista, and Ralston. So all 3 streets would be used by people who live in this community. So the number you've heard from other projects of 9.5 vehicles per day, that's for other projects, and that's a total number not related to this particular property.
I understand that, but you're saying it's 1,800 per day now?
No.
No, that's.
Sorry, I misspoke. The 1,800 is the maximum traffic on any one street generated by this proposed development. The other streets are 1,200 and 600.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer your questions?
Mr. Kavanaugh, did you have a question for Gilbert?
Yes.
Gilbert?
Thank you. In the planning guidelines, I think you mentioned part of this, intended to provide direction and guidance to potential landowners, developers, staff, elected officials in developing or reviewing a residential product. And further down, encourage a new development that is compatible with existing adjacent neighborhoods. And then further down, compatibility and transition of residential land use intensity is important. So this is high density. Have we denied a high density like this, in your recollection, because there's sort of not a buffer zone between low density and high density?
Recently, no. But in the past, when we have cases that are this type of density amongst 3-acre lots or bigger, we usually do no recommendation. And just to be clear, to add to that answer, the comment was made that staff does make mistakes, absolutely. But I want to be clear that the first P&Z meeting that we went to, I had 3 letters of opposition. 3. That's it. And the planner that was in charge went on vacation. I took it over. I received 25 in a matter of 2 days. That triggered me that something was missed, something was wrong. I didn't know why. So when I was there to take it forward, we called up Rose Law Group and said, look, we got 25 letters of protest. Now we have more and more. They agreed to have another meeting just to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And so the original staff was not against this project. Originally, we had no recommendation because of the sizes. Once it went to the neighborhood meeting, we came back. We were getting ready to go to the board. We realized that we needed to go back. That's when, at that point, when the discrepancy was as big as it was, we then decided, plus the letters of protest, that was the big key for us, was the letters of protest. I mean, it was from 3 to over 200 now. So I feel, working with staff, it's our job to give you the information, let you know what's going on. And I do apologize earlier. I thought I mentioned out loud that this is homes are for sale, but the land's for rent. I thought I said that. I apologize if I didn't, but it doesn't change the product. So not against the project. This location, staff right now is.
You may have said that, but it doesn't mean it registered. I'm sorry. So you may have said that.
Yeah, I thought I said, so I apologize if I made that mistake. But that's why I appreciate your clarity earlier that it is for rent. The land is for rent. So yeah, had it not been for the letters of opposition, maybe things would be different. But you're right. We use our comprehensive plan as a tool to help us guide our decisions forward. And I'd argue this is an example where our comp plan and the impact are too great. So this is why staff has recommended denial.
And would this be then the MHP designation?
MHP 435 is the ordinance number that would go with the manufactured home subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are we ready for some public hearing? Okay. As you come up, if you'll give us your basic address also, and then would like to hear your thoughts. Gary Medivier. Natasha, they'll have 3 minutes and there'll be a warning halfway through.
Greetings, Chairman and board members. For the record, the pronunciation of my name is Metivier. I'm Gary Metivier. I reside 10390 North Marcy Lane in Papago Buttes, just outside of Maricopa. That's approximately 1 mile south of this proposed development. Proposed change in zoning for this parcel is not in compliance with the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan as I understand it. I do not think that at any time the residents of Pinal County ever envisioned or voted for a comprehensive plan that would place a high-density mobile home park with 3.4 dwelling units per acre where the residents own the home but rent the land upon which it sits, which is a potential problem in and of itself, smack in the middle of an area that for decades has been zoned for a suburban ranch lifestyle. 1 dwelling unit per 3.3 acres. The numerous letters you've no doubt received from the residents of the area have detailed all the negative effects that will result in this proposed change is approved by the board, so I will not waste time restating those issues. I know the members of the board have traveled to our neighborhoods and have firsthand knowledge of the rural, low-density, wide-open lifestyle we currently enjoy. The prospective residents of these mobile home parks, they may think they want to live a rural lifestyle, but will soon become disenchanted with their choices when they encounter the reality of that rural lifestyle. Those that choose this lifestyle are independent, more self-reliant. We know that an emergency help is not right around the corner. We accept less than stellar infrastructure as par for the course. This is part of rural living. No one is calling for a halt to development. What we are asking is that the board take into consideration the current density in the area and to only approve development that is in proportion to that which is already in place. The P&Z Commission has recommended denial twice on this zoning change request. In the strongest possible terms, I now urge the board to deny this request for this zoning change. Thank you for your time.
Ken Lepper.
Let you reach your bag. Your bag. My name's Ken Lepper. I live in Thunderbird Farms, which is considered part of Maricopa postal-wise. I'm about a quarter of a mile away from the planned development. A couple of points I want to make here. I was going to read a letter written by somebody else, and I think after listening to the presentation, I want to provide some clarifications. Number one, I live in a manufactured home, so I don't have any problem with them. Ground set manufactured home, it's beautiful. My wife and I went there. Prior to that, every home we bought as we moved across the country was a custom-built site home on at least 3/4 of an acre and somewhere larger. So I don't have any problem with the product. The P&Z committee did not have a problem with the product. There was no condescension there. I think there's a reverse condescension that says, you're going to love it. Oh, this won't bother you. That won't bother you. That's condescending. It will bother. It will change some things. So I want to make sure that the P&Z even said it's a beautiful project, and as Gilbert just said, it's a beautiful project. This is just not the right place. Not following, somebody mentioned out in another area that, well, we didn't follow the sensitivity in our comprehensive plan that says, let's pay attention to the rural areas. Let's protect that. The fact that that hasn't been done doesn't mean it shouldn't be. As a matter of fact, maybe it ought to be raised up a little bit more often so that we can plan better. I think the comprehensive plan that you're looking at right now is actually, that segment was prepared by the city of Maricopa a couple of years ago. I was involved in that because I was building a church in Maricopa at the time. And one of the lines they said, everybody said, why are you putting that big area as part of your comp plan? They said, oh, no, the state requires it, so we're going to do it, but we have no interest in annexing it or anything. I don't know how that works, but the point is, the people in that area, as far as I know, did not vote on anything or have an opportunity to vote and comment. And lastly, I'll say this. Global Water is run by people. They make mistakes. They do not always provide water. Go talk to the people at Apex Motor Raceway, where the city and Global Water promised to have water out to them when they built. As far as I know, and Jake, you can tell me, I don't think that Global Water is, in fact, providing water out there other than trucking it out. Another property called Desert Springs, which is off of Ralston Road, they were unable to provide water there after signing up for it, simply because they weren't aware of all the restrictions of the local water districts. We have 3 irrigation water districts, state certified, state chartered, and a water company water district for domestic water. Thank you for your time.
Mary Eileen Flanagan.
Chairman Surtee, Vice Chairman McClure, and honored members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Mary Eileen Flanagan, and I live on North Appaloosa Road in Maricopa. I am in strong opposition to the Palos Verdes development, and I sent you a long letter to that effect. I'm told that a member of this board recently made the comment that you all did not receive the memo that people should stop moving to Pinal County or something close to that. This was when some of my neighbors came before you to object to the incursion of crowded subdivisions being allowed contiguous to one house per 3.3 acres. In light of that reported comment, I would like to use my 3 minutes to review the history of zoning and why it should be respected. I'll also give you all some ideas of developments we would not find offensive and necessary to oppose. According to a 2015 article from the World Bank, the purpose of zoning is to allow local and national authorities to regulate and control land and property markets to ensure complementary uses. Further, zoning ensures that incompatible land uses are not located adjacent to one another. According to Wikipedia in the USA, zoning is also used as a permitting system to prevent new development from harming existing residents or businesses. Going all the way back to 1922, the National Municipal League states the primary purpose of zoning is to segregate uses that are thought to be incompatible and provide stability to property values. In practice, zoning is used as a permitting system to prevent new development from harming existing residents or businesses. When a developer buys land, they should be prepared to develop the land at the density currently zoned instead of changing it to a higher density. This is not unreasonable, and the current homeowners in the area expect that their zoning will be protected. The Journal of Politics in 2020 drew the conclusion that there are no substantial differences between liberal and conservative voters in their opposition to the construction of dense housing in their neighborhoods. The county would be far better served to keep the zoning on the Palos Verdes parcel as general rural and encourage a builder who will bring in a quality product such as a Calle de Caballos or Warner Ranch type subdivision where homes are on the 1.25 acres or more required under the current zoning. Find someone who will have the foresight to build nice homes on acreage large enough to house rural farms that will fit with the existing community. Why not embrace the opportunity to build something like a Buena Vista Ranch, which will blend with and enhance Thunderbird Farms? Such a home buyer would share the rural lifestyle of the current residents and could be welcomed by the community. That's the kind of zoning change we could get behind and embrace. Thank you.
Robin Davis.
my time starts, I have these packets of the Rose Law presentation. I'm going to go fast because I've got 3 minutes if you'd like to flip through the pages so that you can sit to see them. I'm going to wait until they get their packets.
Did you just see this?
Okay, Chairman, Supervisors, good morning, good afternoon now. My name is Robin Davis, and I live on Warren Road in Hidden Valley. I'm here to oppose the development in case PZ 03822. The Planning and Zoning Commission has twice denied the application, and the Pinal County Planning and Zoning Department does not recommend this development. So we urge you to follow their advice and deny the application. Here we go. This 541 rental mobile home park in a rural equine community is not a good idea for this area. The surrounding parcels are all 3.3 acres with horse ranches. The mobile home park development does not fit. After looking through Rose Law's very slick PowerPoint presentation, I find that there is nothing about this that shows a rural lifestyle as stated on page 1. Page 2, 2 future superhighways. Not in our lifetime. It looks good on paper, but not in real life. Ralston has to be rerouted around a dairy, native lands, canals, washes, hills, and mountains, and there's no funding for this. So these are not major roadways. Pages 4 through 6 have the incorrect zoning for this parcel. It is currently zoned GR, not CO3. Rose Law knows this. This is not a perfect site for the residents. Page 7 and 8 deals with water that has been planned, which is not the same as secured. They are using a will serve letter that on page 2, item 5 states it is outside Global Water's DAWs. Without a pipeline, there is no water, and Global Water is not currently a water provider out there. Page 9 and 10 deal with rain and drainage. Not a problem for us rural people. We mostly drive trucks, and we don't have any problem getting through the runoff. Page 12 deals with traffic and routes. People generally will not stick to the striped roads if they can take a shortcut and get there faster. And there are certain substandard roads that current residents live on. Page 13 and 14 show amenities we don't want or need. We have Copper Sky a few miles to the north on John Wayne Parkway. Page 15 does not represent us, and these are fake stock photos that are not even in our neighborhood. That's not what our neighborhood looks like. Page 16 and 17 shows a trail and a setback we don't want or need. The pathetic offer of a riding trail around a wall is not safe. The 100-foot setback, an empty offer. Page 18, this slide is not valid, noting the current zoning is GR. This all does not look like a rural lifestyle at all. So in closing, I believe you know, as well as we know, that this development is not right for the neighborhood. We strongly urge you to deny their application at this time. Thank you.
Kendra Crabtree.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Kendra Crabtree. I live at 50811 West Mayor Boulevard, which is approximately 5 lots away from the proposed subdivision. My friend Donna Johnson asked me to read her letter. A request to see who exactly voted for the increased density that the Rose Law group is saying we voted for. I don't know anyone in the area, but I know most would vote a big no. Homeowners in Thunderbird Farms area are against manufactured homes being placed on lots smaller than 3.3 acres and customary to our area. We have concerns of our community are fully justified. Water issues are a huge and justified concern. Traffic issue is a large and justified concern as they're still collecting data on the off season, and that is totally skewed perspective. Sorry. Yeah, if this is another community that only leases houses, modular homes on an annual basis, that definitely will affect the social climate of the area, bringing that many short-term rental into our area that adverse negative effects that will affect the values as well. Please take this in, please listen to our community members, and we say no to the changing in the zoning of the area that we so dearly love. Thank you.
Sonia Loveland.
Good afternoon, Sonia Loveland. I live on Nichols in Maricopa, Arizona. I wanted to bring up the comprehensive plan. On page 63, the page that's actually numbered 51, you guys talk about the use plan. The philosophy is to concentrate higher density developments in Pinal County to the central core while preserving the county's rural character. This doesn't flow. This doesn't flow with what we have out there. The homes around that are 3.3 acres. That lot needs to stay general rural and needs to be developed as general rural, one house per up to 1.25 acres. This traffic parkway that comes into play in the future, that is so far in the future that probably most of us in this room won't be here. There's wells that are in the way. There's an Indian reservation in the way. There's a wash in the way. There's a mountain. There are so many obstacles to get that parkway built. Your plan needs to change and needs to reflect that a little bit better. Come out, look at what we have out there before you start making plans for what the future could be. That's all I have. Thank you.
Jake Lender King.
Good afternoon. I'm Jake Lender King, or rather Chairman, Supervisors. Thanks for having me. I'm Jake Lender King of Global Water Resources. I'm our Senior Vice President of Water Resources and Legislative Affairs at Global Water in Maricopa. I'm here today because I've heard a lot of rumors and different things through the grapevine about water as it relates to this project. And I just wanted to come and share some water facts with you. We've been providing water service in Maricopa since 2003. We've watched that area grow, and we've been able to do that through a dedicated staff and really through our philosophy that we developed that we call total water management. It does many things, and I won't get in the weeds on what that is and what it does, but I do want to say that philosophy works. We have the second lowest GPCD rate, or gallons per person per day rate, of any designated water provider in the greater Phoenix and Pinal active management areas. I think that our approach and that fact is really meaningful when people say, can you provide water or not? So some of the facts about how we're going to provide water. We are ready, willing, and able to provide water to this development. We have a designation of assured water supply that's for 22,914 acre feet per year, and we use about 8,000 acre feet per year today. A lot of headroom to grow. The developer and these lands are within our CCN. That's something that the developer had to work with us and go to the Arizona Corporation Commission and include in that CCN. That's been there since 2008, and that requires us. We actually have an obligation to serve. So just briefly, in closing, I'd like to say we're ready, willing, and able to serve it. We're obligated, and I'll take any questions you may have.
We can't really take questions, can we, during this?
Yes, you can, Chairman, if you have questions.
Okay, are there any
Yes.
questions?
Quick question. Someone mentioned Apex. You're not serving Apex. This is a residential community. Do you have an obligation to serve Apex that's unfulfilled? And if you have an obligation to serve this, would that obligation be fulfilled because of some other legal requirement?
Chairman Surdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I appreciate the question and giving me the opportunity to clarify what's happening at Apex. Apex is a non-residential community. It's a car club that was on a fast track. We are going to serve it through pipelines. Those pipelines are taking time. They requested a way to expedite the planning and installation of those water lines so that they can exercise their business plan. Their business plan is not a residential community, does not have people sleeping there, and so we agreed to do an interim solution so they can go vertical and put race cars on the track sooner than later. It's something I think unique that we can bring to the table for water service and sewer service, as well as recycled water service to a lot of communities, is the flexibility to help people move their projects along and be a good community member. Just to your question, Supervisor, that has no bearing on our ability to provide water service here. Two totally separate areas of Maricopa.
Anyone else? Steve?
Just kind of a follow-up to that. That was a business decision made by Apex and Global Water. Is that correct?
Correct.
I mean, it wasn't, you didn't promise something and not deliver. You told them, we have a situation here. They made that business decision to go forward, knowing the situation.
Chairman, Supervisor, exactly. We let them know there was a long time lead to get a water line and sewer line there, and we worked with them so that we can have an interim solution. They could do something sooner than that long-term lead. It was a business decision between the land developer and Global Water.
In any development such as this one, will eyes wide open, you'll be working with them in conjunction. In other words, they're not going to have somebody move out there before you have water lines out there.
That's exactly right. We provide water service right up the street, and in fact, they had to wait to get certificacy of occupancy before, which includes having water. So you have to have the water before you can get that, before you can have anybody move in. So there's a very robust process around that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all of the forms that I have filmed out. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this in the public hearing? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And it is now back to us for any further questions or comments.
Supervisor Surtee.
Yes.
I have a legal question. I'd like, when this is done, to move to exec session.
When what is done?
When all the presentations are done.
I believe we were through with all the presentations. Did you have something else to add?
Chair and members of the board, I just wanted to comment on a couple of the things that were said. First of all, the city of Maricopa, just so you know, in their general plan, they showed this and a lot of Thunderbird Farms as industrial. And I believe that is because the RISRAM, the roads of regional significance, that shows this on 2 6-lane roadways, that was not a quick decision. That was like hundreds of meetings. I mean, we sat through all of those, and Pinal Partnership was actually created around that RISRAM study. Those roadways were, and the configuration of the roadways were chosen very carefully, not because they can't happen, but because they can and they intend to. And in addition to that, you've had several presentations lately about the county bringing in employers. The median home price in Maricopa right now is $475,000 for a median home price. These homes are ranging about $150,000. This is an attainable housing for people. And finally, I would just leave you with leaving this project as 1 to the acre or less than 1 to the acre residential is just a sure, first of all, the property rights of the property owner are confused. But it will also lead to a slum situation because there's no one less than 1 to the acre on 2 6-lane highways that is going to flourish as a residential low density development. I can't think of anything across the whole country that's that way. We would ask for your support today, and certainly if you have further questions or are questioning it, we'd ask for a continuance today to be able to answer those. And thank you.
Would you like to go into
With that, I move that we go into exec session.
Which we've already, so we're going to recess and go into exec. Public hearing. So if there's no more discussion, we'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we table this item until the 16th, so we have an opportunity to review all the legal arguments made to determine fully if this development violates our essential comprehensive plan recommendations, and further review the discussion and decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission was not published when we looked, and I'd like to have the opportunity to review their discussion.
If I may, Chairman, if I can just clarify that, not to table, but to continue.
Can you continue
So
to
my
a date
motion-
or table for indefinite? Is that right?
Table is indefinitely. That is correct.
Table's indefinite, not a set time. Continuance is a set date.
So my motion then would be amended to continue this item to the 16th.
Well, I'll second that.
There was a second. Now, does this have to be a supermajority vote as well?
No.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Sounded like it was 4-1. So we'll come back in 2 meetings?
That is correct, Chairman. And if I can just clarify, is that going to be with a public hearing or is that going to be without a public hearing?
I would think a public hearing. I think the people that are going to come here are going to want to be heard.
Okay, so we're going to reopen that public hearing, and so this item will be continued to August the 16th with the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Robert, I think you're done.
Thank you.
Item number 15, discussion approval, disapproval of revisions to Pinal County Policy 5.30. Mary Ellen.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, I'll figure out the cut date.
Chairman Surdy,
Well, I know. Maybe they'll come back with something lower density or something.
Chairman Surdy, members of the board, today we're asking your consideration to modifications to our tuition reimbursement policy, Policy 5.30. I'm going to briefly go over the changes that we're proposing to inform your decision. These changes include removing the 75% reimbursement limit. Instead, we are proposing that employees be eligible for reimbursement of 100% of the costs of educational opportunities. We're also asking to expand the annual limit from $1,500 maximum to the IRS maximum, which is $5,250. I want to be very clear, that doesn't mean that everyone will be eligible for that amount because it is budget driven and limited by our budget. But to the extent we do have budget capacity, we wanted to make that opportunity available. We're also asking that we remove the requirement that an employee must first incur $2,000 in expenses to be eligible to receive the reimbursement. We are asking that there be no minimum upfront expense absorbed by the employee. We are also expanding the educational opportunities that are covered by the tuition reimbursement program from the current requirement of a 4-year college and university to accredited career schools, trade schools, colleges, and universities. These initial changes that I've outlined are intended to help ensure the program is available to all of our workforce, not just those who can afford incurring $2,000 worth of expenses, and those for whom a 4-year college or university is the path. We want to make it available to all of the workforce. Other changes we are proposing is to reduce the time an employee must submit for consideration from 60 days to 30 days. We're asking also to simplify the requirement to repay tuition that was reimbursed if you leave the county. Currently, the structure is a percentage base dependent on time up to a year. We are proposing that we simplify it, that if you leave within 6 months, you repay 50% of the amount reimbursed. We're also eliminating or recommending we eliminate the requirement that if you leave and you owe us reimbursement, that you have up to 6 months to repay it. Otherwise, we'll take you to collections. We're wanting to simplify that. Any amount you may owe us based upon the simpler approach of 50% if you leave within 6 months would be taken, if available, in your final paycheck or from vacation balances. The reason behind that is we don't want to make employees stay with the county. Instead, we are bringing these changes to you for considerations because we want employees to want to stay, and we want individuals to want to come to the county. With that, that's the summary of the changes, and unless you have questions, I would respectfully ask for your consideration and approval.
So, Leo, I mean, you and Mary Ellen are basically on the same team, right? You don't have anything else to add?
I think that there's going to be a lot of demand for this, and that there has been expressed in the past. During the kind of harder times, I know the budget pot for this got cut, and I know that there was concern from employees that had a desire to use this, that they wouldn't make it fast enough, and then somebody else would have already used it, and they'd never get reimbursed, especially because of the timing issue. And so I think these improvements will make it easier for employees to access this, and I think that there's a desire and demand for it. And I think as an organization, we need to do that to invest in the skills and knowledge of our employees.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and we're looking to improve.
Yeah.
So this is a good thing, and the timing is a good thing because a lot of these online, some of them that are online courses, say they're ready for you next month, not 2 or 3 months out. It's like right now, and the costs have grown considerably.
And this could help in succession, right? This can be helping training managers and then be more capable to move up and fill spots, correct?
Chairman, supervisors, absolutely. This is intended to make educational opportunities that will help grow careers or help improve the quality of our services in our existing jobs and just open the door. We do, as was pointed out, have a limited budget, so it's not wide open, but we will take that budget and we have projected how many individuals we believe will participate based upon previous years and hoping it expands and encourage employees to take advantage. My biggest dream is to come back to you and say we need more money because employees are wanting to grow their careers through educational opportunities and stay committed to the future of Pinal.
Anyone else? Steve.
Mr. Chairman, I think it says we're willing to invest in you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That sends a message that we want to, I think that helps with retention as well. So.
Chairman Surtees, Supervisor Miller, I need to take a lesson from your playbook. If I just come up here and said, please approve this because we're willing to invest in you, I could have given you more time back in your day. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Real quick, I'm looking at the details of the procedure. And can they change this procedure? Can you change it after we approve it? My question is, if we're able to get the funds to the potential student prior to starting, and I think this kind of, it's 30 days, an application process, at least 30 days prior to the start of coursework, but they can apply for the funds for that upcoming semester more than 30 days, right?
Chairman Surtees, Supervisor Kavanaugh, if I'm understanding your question, they can apply 60, 90 days in advance. We have the 30-day no later than to allow us to do the verification and processing so they're approved before they start the course for reimbursement once they complete it.
Okay, so that means the language needs to change to no later than, rather than at least. Is that what you're saying? On page
Chairman
2.
Surdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I am certainly open to no later than 30 days. It gets us where we want to go, and our goal is to make this clear. So if that is an enhancement.
I've worked at a lot of places in government where we have tuition reimbursement, but you could never get it. So that if we can make this available, clear, easy, I'm all for it.
Thank you, sir. We have shared objectives here. So we'll make the change no later than.
At least 30 calendar days is what it says.
So no later than 30.
And Chairman Surdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I think to your question, your underlying question, is if you approve this and we determine that we could have worded it better, we are able to make changes to the policy that doesn't change the intent or aren't substantive, that are clearer. So that kind of change, yes, we can make after the fact. And I have our counsel here to correct me if he thinks anything I said was in error.
He's nodding his head. Yes, that's correct. We can make, okay, good. The language seemed imprecise on a couple items, so we'll go over that later.
Thank you.
Okay, if no more questions or comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. You want to?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 15 for the tuition reimbursement program as as proposed.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Marianne, stay right there. You're on number 16.
Chairman, Surdy, members of the board, as you're aware, any new job classification not currently in the county's classification scheme must be brought to you for approval. That's why I'm before you here today on this item. We are seeking your approval to create a development services managing director to work with and lead all necessary collaborative efforts between community development and public works. This role is being sought to promote the effective and efficient execution of interdependent operations in order to help ensure the consistent delivery of high quality and timely customer services. And unless there's any question or more detail, you are provided with the job classification. Again, I would respectfully ask you to approve the creation of this new classification.
Any questions or comment?
Just other than, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that's been needed for some time now, so that there is the integration between the two departments. And I know they've been doing a pretty good job in their communication, but I think this will help solidify that and make it go in that direction even more so. So, yeah, I see the positive behind this.
Did you have something? Yes.
Thank you. What will this position do that is not being accomplished already right now?
Chairman Surdy, Supervisor Kavanaugh, if I may I defer to our County Manager, Leo Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kavanaugh. So the context for this is that we're actually merging the two departments. And so right now, you have two separate directors in the Development Services building that have, functional assignments with their divisions within their departments. When you take these projects and you activate one of these cases, you have all of these different, like drainage, transportation, right? Is the zoning right? All the things that you looked at today. So you're activating all of these teams from two different departments that maybe sometimes have two different focuses and two different priorities, two different department heads. So this is going to bring all these into one roof, just like you see physically them in one roof in Development Services, from a leadership perspective, from a strategic perspective and from a tactical perspective. And so to get these teams, and I've used other examples where functions that are so highly integrated and interdependent merge because you're going to get that synergy and you're going to get people on the same team versus, I don't know where that case is exactly. That's over in Public Works. That's not going to be. These people are on the same team, working the same case of the same department. And so an example of one of those functions is like engineering. You got the county engineer who's going to have to sign off, but you had the engineers split between community development and public works. And you had engineers working on different things with different bosses and not synced up the way that we think they should be. So that was one of the first ones we're bringing together, is engineering all under our county engineer. Whether it's traffic, whether it's flood, whether it's these projects, development review, all of that. And so the difference for this position is really that this position is going to lead all of those functions in that building. There's also with the one-stop shop, right? All of these things, questions that these people have, or where are these at, go to the one-stop shop, and they're like, okay, is this over in Public Works, in this part of Public Works? Is this over in Community Development in this part? So the customer service and the administration merge is going to be in the same place. Same thing with finance over there, which a lot of these things they were trying to do anyways and somewhat informally and really backing each other up with staffing and the skills when other teams had gaps. And so bringing them together really does merge their resources as well and merges their teamwork. As another part of that, we're going to be adding district liaisons, if you want to call them, or ombudsman type folks that were being requested. As we were already doing with a lot of the public works type projects, we call them district managers, but we would be doing similar things for the rest of the needs, like was requested before with code compliance, but a lot of them would just managing through the system and who do I go to? That person could probably answer or help 60 to 70% of it, and they'll be the code of conduct, but they'll also be able to refer to where it should go and actually a lot of times play that role so the customer doesn't have to try to navigate that system. That person will do that for them and get back, and that person will be taken care of. So,
And so far,
those are some of them.
So far, everybody's been okay with it?
Yep, so far, yeah. I think there's a lot of people that knew that it would be a good thing from years past and are happy that we're doing it.
If they don't like it, we'll send them to school and we'll pay for it.
Mr. Chairman, I would like Supervisor Miller to opine on this. Would you give your opinion on this position and what your thoughts are?
No, I think we need a point on the spear that helps direct the traffic going down. I mean, there was too much disconnect with these different disciplines as far as public works and engineering and zoning and building safety, and we need to figure out a way to get these gears to all come together. And I think this is the way to do it. I mean, there was just too much disconnect, and you're chasing your tail when you were trying to find a project that, oh yeah, it's all done, and then come to find out, no, there's another department that was still reviewing it. We need in this case, a more centralized way to monitor these projects.
My first reaction is it's another layer of management, and poor Sanjita, the only worker down there on the treadmill. But
no, I actually had that question from a constituent this morning, worried that it was another layer, but I don't think so. I mean, and we're going to find out real quick if it works or not. I'll be real honest with you.
Okay.
Well, I've talked with some of you, and Leo, I want to expound on your district managers. One of the things I've wanted is, and Wendy Rogers brought up this morning about how many counties are in other states. I'm from Ohio. There's 88 counties. It's 1/3 the size of Arizona. We're 3 times bigger. We have 15 counties. So if you want to go to county government in a Midwestern state, you're 10, 20 miles at the farthest. And here, so you're so far. So we all have complexes. We have empty offices there. If we could bring government to the people by having some of them staffed out there, that way that would also help with attracting employees. Mm-hmm. You got a good candidate that lives in Ahwatukee. They don't want to drive to Florence. Let them drive to Steve Miller's office. You get an employee from Mesa, let them drive to my office to work. Now that we have these screens with the computers, just about everything is available at our offices now as for coming down here. They take off work, they drive all the way down here. They're short-staffed and they can't get an answer anyway. So that would be another way to even improve on this, is to have more personnel in our outlying districts.
I think, yeah, I can tell you that you could probably have a building safety, at least somebody to receive plans and issue permits from Casa Grande.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean,
Yeah.
so
If we can staff them.
if we can staff them,
Yeah.
and that's sometimes difficult, but we're growing very fast, and we have a lot of growing pains, and that's trying to stay abreast of all of this stuff. So.
Thank you.
If nothing else, are we ready to have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number, which one are we on now?
16.
16 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have that. Item 17, future agenda items. The obvious one would be what we discussed this morning about hand counts.
Right.
Volkmer was trying to lay out that we need to wait until a few things sort themselves out around the state, but it is definitely something we're going to have to address. Just a matter of when do we want to put that on the agenda.
Looking at the logistics and everything.
I think the logistics of it can be studied at some level, even though we're waiting on these court cases, but maybe staff can look into some of the cost and how you would structure it. I mean, when you have 37 different things to vote on a card, that's a lot of stuff. And hand counting all of that, I just think it'd be difficult, but I don't know.
Anything else?
So can we set that out for a discussion-only item in a month?
I think so.
Why not? Yeah.
I think we could.
Without,
Be the date, Natasha?
well, without the attorney's office
Be
or
early September.
the ones that are actually doing some of the planning and everything behind that and doing the research and everything, I don't think it's fair to set some date out without them actually being here and being able to weigh in
We can set the
on it.
framework without, we're not going to require them to give us complete legal opinions, but say, here's the framework and here's an update on what's already happening.
We'll have an
in-
elections director by
around the
then.
state.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
We can only hope.
but
We'll have a new one by then.
Certainly be able to talk about some of the logistics and the nightmare involved.
okay, I'm just concerned whether or not we were looking at some kind of full report in 30 days, which I just don't.
No.
I don't think there's enough
Discussion,
room
No,
to look at
just
that,
discussion.
yeah. Then the other thing is, I'd like some clarification or to clarify some things in regards to a request that I had asked in regards to information being equally distributed on questions being asked by certain board members. You know, when one board member asks questions of any staff members, that we are copied on that. I want to make sure that the clarification is, I don't expect that from, because that's micromanaging, and I don't want to get into that if it's from everything. But specifically for me was things pertaining to the elections, especially since it's such a volatile thing that's been occurring, and this is something at the high level right now. I think it'd be wise and prudent for all of us to be copied, and Dana's already said she'd do that. And so I think that's more of what I was looking for, just to make sure that there's some clarification on this with any kind of questions or anything that are asking, but specifically to elections at this point. That may open up more, but for me personally, I would like to see that happen for elections. And if anybody else has anything they want to add to that, I'm good with that too.
Okay. With that, we already had a vote to go into exec. I think we have to go one more time. So we're going to recess and go to exec again.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Adjourn. I took over. I took
Hey.
over.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here today.
You're awesome. Thank you, buddy.